I'm sorry, you guys.
Galena, Carmen's
Forgetting
going to give you the
to-
ability to talk, but we got to start over.
Full meeting?
Hi, thanks. I just got audio. It just came through for me. Sorry, I couldn't hear a thing until just now.
If we can go back to the public comment.
Sure.
We may have someone on here that needs it.
Okay,
I
fine.
apologize for that.
No problem. Okay, we had a tech issue that we have resolved, so we are returning to item 5, public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken. Since the topic was not posted with proper notice and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings law. Again, that doesn't appear to be anyone in the room making public comment or, but I do have Douglas Tooley online. Mr. Tooley, please, unmute yourself and your video if you'd like, so we can hear from you for 3 minutes. Sorry, I don't think I have to unmute him. Yep, we're getting there. Good go.
Yeah, it's not very good lighting. Hello, all.
Yeah.
Doug Tooley here. Just to repeat my usual concern about the violations of my First Amendment right to criticize members of the local government and to use a term, associated special interests. I was in court yesterday on some of those matters which I sought to address. The Telluride Hospital District alleged restraining order violation was dismissed after 2 years, more than 2 years. The consequences of those proceedings, I allege on very clear evidence that is the result of the additional legal matters and my eviction from the town of Mountain Village Housing Authority, direct result of those same issues. I'd like to speak briefly on the subject of behavioral health, and I have a concern about that given the current priority situations we're seeing for medical care in this country now. And I'd like to specifically bring to the attention of the board the criticisms of the prescriptions of antidepressant drugs. There's a substantial body of critical research, which we do not often see, which claims that short-term, no more than 20% of the people are benefited from them, and that long-term, virtually everybody has negative effects from that. One of those effects is something called emotional blunting. Something you see less frequently is a loss of empathy, and that would again be in a substantial body of critical literature, which is not publicized so much. Loss of empathy. Where you draw the line between loss of empathy and sociopathy is not something that I would care to definitively assert at this point, but I would allege that that is a factor in current behavioral health practices, and I observe it happening quite a bit here in San Miguel County, just on that circumstantial evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. Any other folks care to make public comment? Again, no one in the room, and I do not see any hands online, so we will move on to the consent agenda. Any comments or thoughts about the consent agenda? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion to approve it.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The consent agenda is approved. Moving on now to administrative matters. Item 7A, we are looking forward to a general update with the 7th Judicial District Office. And I know I see already the name of our DA, Anna Cooling, online. It's possible that Jessica Wagner, the Deputy District Attorney, may attend, as well as Matt Bama, our own deputy district attorney. Let's see. Ms. Cooling, if you would like to unmute and turn on your video, we'd love to see you. There you are. Oh, it looks
Let me
like-
adjust this a little bit. Jessica and I are both here. Anna Cooling, District Attorney for the 7th Judicial District. And Jessica Wagner, the Assistant District Attorney for the 7th Judicial District. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ann.
Mike, did you have anything you wanted to say regarding the budget, just to kind of get
Sure.
that?
I think originally when we had this meeting scheduled, we were going to be discussing the district attorney's 2026 budget proposal to the counties. The counties in the 7th Judicial District met and discussed basically what all of our financial positions were. And overall, most of our counties are going to have to reduce their expenditure significantly to continue to operate in light of new legislation as well as valuation changes. So knowing that we have to all agree on a percentage of increase, Ms. Cooling gave us an original memo with 2 different proposals. We've since also met Commissioner Brown, myself, Mr. Bama, and Ms. Cooling about our local DA assistant district attorney situation and the funding for that. And what was agreed to with all the counties in the 7th is that we would go with the 25% increase from last year's expenditure. And that was a stretch for some of our counties. We could not get beyond that to go to the higher level that had originally or secondarily been requested. But I also wanted the board to remember, in addition to our 25,000 or our 25% increase in costs, we have also pledged the additional $36,000 to maintain the 2 district attorneys, as Mr. Bama is going part-time, and we'll have another district attorney filling in for him when he is unavailable. So
That's right.
so that was originally we were going to talk budget. I just thought I'd remind you guys and the public what budgetarily we're doing with the 7th JD, and then let our district attorney Cooling share with us what's happening currently and in the future.
Otherwise, terrific. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for that, bringing us up to speed. And yeah, and I know there was a sincere desire across the counties to support your requests for additional manpower, resources, and so person power, resources, and all that. We're really pleased how you're approaching all of this, but again,
Thank you.
it's a tough year. So I hope you understand that we couldn't reach all the way this year.
Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, for considering our proposals. There's been a little change in some counties' positions. Despite their talk, we spoke with David White. We also, who's the county manager or interim county manager in Montrose. We also spoke to Hinsdale County. They were prepared to agree with our 34%, 35%, I'm sorry. And Gunnison has not been, has not invited us to speak with them. So I can't speak to Gunnison. But I think there has been some changes in some positions of the counties. I don't know what that means to the 25.4% that was presented to the county financial managers. I don't know if that changes anything for you. We understand that this is a tough time for everybody. We also want to be committed to community safety, and we feel the 35% is where we can absolutely be committed to community safety. In San Miguel alone, we have 186 traffic cases. We have 138 misdemeanor cases. We have 3 juvenile cases and 84 felony cases. I think that does put that into perspective. We have hired 2 part-time attorneys to cover these numbers. So for a total of 1 attorney. One of the part-time attorneys, and this is a meeting we had and discussed, just briefly that, one of our part-time, one of our part-time attorneys, contract attorneys, is actually from Denver. And we have a mileage allowance. We think that she can be here at least once a month. There's a significant change in the county court judge at this point in time. We don't know what will happen. We don't know if that new judge will allow remote appearances, which that unknown puts us in a very awkward and, quite frankly, scary position. Now, before, that was always allowed unless there was a significant hearing or trial. But when there were just settings or advisements, Judge Murphy always allowed us to appear remotely. That is not guaranteed at this point. So, when we look at our updated budget and we look at 5 agencies that service San Miguel, and just the cost and price of living in the San Miguel County. And we'd also like to bring your attention that our payment structure, in comparison to the San Miguel County Sheriff's Office, their average is $127,404 a year. Our average is $90,202. We are struggling to find attorneys who will come to our communities. We are so lucky in San Miguel to have Matt and Autumn. Matt is a powerful, knowledgeable, smart, creative attorney. Autumn, whom some met, is also a strong attorney with not so much of a criminal background, but we both met her at conference, and she, for lack of a better term, she's smart as a whip. I'm not concerned about her getting up to speed in the county court. But again, worried that she will not be able to appear remotely when her office is in Denver, and putting more on Matt when Matt is also working independently with an independent practice. A little bit of that is unsettling. We would like you to, and again, we understand the budget constraints. We're under the same situation to make this office run effectively and to protect the citizens of every single county in the 7th Judicial District. We're in a really unique situation. We have over 10,000 square miles that we cover. We have 4 offices, and there's no other district attorney in the state of Colorado that's up against that challenge. I don't know what your ability is to reconsider the 35%. We are requesting that. We also, and I'd like Jessica to speak to this as
Like
far
us
as.
to,
Could I
yeah, would you like
interrupt
us
for just a
to
moment?
address that, Ms. Cooley?
Yes, please.
So with the 25.4%,
Mhm.
plus the additional 36,000 that the county is spending, we're going to be giving the DA's office 38.35% more than last year. That's a $106,000 $106,624 increase over
Okay.
our expenditure last year of $278,048. So I think that separate piece needs to be considered in here, that San Miguel County is not only going to be doing more than the rest of our surrounding counties.
This is true.
So I don't want that part lost on us.
And
And
Thank you.
the thing is, across all county funds, we're still looking to be almost $800,000 in deficit for next year's budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, thank you for that piece of information. But you
Yeah.
guys are also getting something extra that no other county gets. When the other counties put in for their budget, they have to share the resources across the entire 7th district. You guys are getting 2 attorneys to yourselves. Plus, RHR are like the other things are investigators and stuff that crosses the county. So I absolutely invaluable with what you're doing for Matt and Autumn. Thank you. But I think we also have to realize that we still are running an entire 7th judicial district and this is done so. So you guys are getting a really huge benefit that the other counties are not getting already. And I think that that's built into that extra money.
Jessica, it's nice to meet you. I
Nice
just
to
want
meet you,
to clarify
sorry.
for the public that we are getting 2 part-time attorneys. And I think our preference would be to have 1 full-time, but we've made this accommodation because of the, fantastic service that Matt has provided. And as you all mentioned, how wonderful Autumn seems to be. So just to clarify, we're not getting anything extra. We're paying extra so that we have 1 full-time deputy district attorney. I think we need to move on from the budget discussion unless the other commissioners feel differently. We have talked this through considerably with our county manager. We've spent a lot of time in conversation with the other counties, and I just ask for some, I think, empathy in terms of the financial situation that all of the counties are in, given the 5.25% cap that we have, given the high cost of living out here. I do think that 38% in 1 year is a pretty good increase. And, it's not the only thing we will ever be able to provide, but it's all we can provide this year. Anything from my other commissioners who feel differently? I just want to mention Matt Bama arrived too, so he was able to hear your accolades of him, which we share. What else can we, Matt, did you want to say something?
Yeah,
come on up to
just
the
briefly,
microphone.
just so,
Sure.
I know that we had a discussion. What was that, a couple weeks ago, but I haven't been able to address the commission, and I want to just, first of all, I know all the commissioners, but please, I'm here, like, I hate to make the ask, and it was my idea to make the ask for the extra money. That's something that I don't want to do. It's the only reason that I did it is that it was either that or I had to leave the job. And I do want to stick with this job because I think law enforcement, judges, the community deserves some level of stability. Before I came here, I worked as a defense attorney. I think there was no less than 6 different people that staffed that. The only consistency that we had was Rob Whiting from, I want to say 3 years ago now. And he was here for 5. And then after that, it was a constant turnover. And coming into the job, I knew what the pay constraints were, but I definitely wanted to give it a shot in order to give back to a community that I live in. And I have a deed restricted house that, like, I feel like it's important. That's what I feel like this job is, like a really good example of what that deed restricted program can do for this community. But I quickly found out that, the economics of it were extremely difficult. And so I came up with this idea in order to continue to give the stability that I think law enforcement, again, the judges and the community would like to see. And for the commissioners, now, just whenever, like, it's nice to have me here. I'm right across the street. If you guys have questions about what's going on, just want an update, I'm here. Law enforcement's the same way. They come in the office all the time. That's not always how it was when it was somebody that lived outside the county. The office was dark, and now it's not. And I think that has certainly made a difference. So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate considering this outside the box setup. And hopefully I can continue to do it. And I think it does provide a service to the community. And if anybody has any immediate questions about what's going on, I know we're talking about budget, but I have a lot of information about a lot of other things that.
We're actually not talking about budget anymore.
Okay.
We've tabled that, but Matt, I just want to say, and you've heard me say this before, not in public meetings, but how appreciative I am of that creative solution that you offered. And I am super happy that you figured out a way that you can continue to serve in this role, because I think you're terrific, and really appreciate that you've brought in your private practice partner as a kind of job share. So I feel 100% good about that, and you don't need to thank us again.
Yeah.
We thank you.
I just don't, I hate to have this be an issue, but.
It's
again,
not an
yeah,
issue.
Trying to solve,
In my mind.
yeah, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else?
You said you had other information you'd like to share.
Oh, it was just about like the law enforcement and kind of the community, what's going on with the criminal cases.
Please.
Well, let me just do a time check here. We have a room full of people who are expecting to have some issues addressed at about 10:10, I think would be about that number. So we have about another 15 minutes.
Yeah, do you just want a kind of a quick update about what the situation is in the court system right now?
I think we'll leave it to Anna to direct the conversation.
Sure.
How would you like to use that time, Anna?
I think both Matt and I should speak to that. When we have 186 traffic and 138 misdemeanors and 84 cases in the felony courts, I think I appreciate what you are doing for us more than because Matt is so important to us. You have one of the best attorneys that we have in our office. I'm completely confident in Autumn's ability to be up to speed rather quickly. She went to conference with us. And of course, Matt was there as well. I think that was eye-opening for her. I think she learned lots of information. But San Miguel is it's a big county, and there's lots of towns that feed in to San Miguel. So Matt is doing an amazing job. I am again a little bit nervous about Judge Murphy and what is going to happen there. And I'm sure Matt shares my same concerns about that. So
And I can address that. I can address that. Yeah, that's nothing to worry about with the structure that we have. I am here, and if I need to be there in person every single week, then that's what I will do. The way that we have this set up is that I have Autumn essentially helping me preparing the docket is where all the work happens. When you show up to court, you want it to be smooth and quick and fast, and you're probably not going to hear me say all that much because I've already done everything prior to anybody even showing up. And so now Autumn is doing that work with me. So she still brings a lot of value and allows me to have some extra time to engage in a little bit of private practice. Right now, my trend is spending much more time on the district attorney work, but that's shifting as Autumn is getting trained, and she's certainly doing a lot of the behind the scenes work. And then right now, so for example, Judge McDonald was here yesterday. He requires in-person appearances.
Is Judge McDonald the replacement for Judge Murphy?
He was not permanently, but he was just there subbing in, is what he called it.
Judge McDonald is the county court judge out of Hinsdale County that has agreed to do as many dockets as he can to cover until we know what's happening.
Correct. Yeah. And so he requires in person. So I'm there in person. There's never going to be a situation. I will know whoever the judge is going to be on whatever date that I have a hearing, and I clear whether or not they need somebody there. And if they need somebody there, I'll be there.
Matt, what I hear you saying is that Ms. Cooling's concern is not an issue that you've got it covered.
Not at all.
Thank you.
It's
Great.
totally solved. Autumn is well aware of it. Basically, what happens when I'm in docket, Autumn's working on prepping the next week's. And so that way we're already done with that. She's watching, so she's up to speed. Everything's live streamed, right? So she's up to speed on what's happening.
Thank you.
So, yeah, it's no
Good news.
That is good news, Matt. Thank you very much. That was a big shift for us and something that came very suddenly. I received a note from Chief Judge Jackson that he could not guarantee that the new judge, if there is a new judge, that will replace Judge Murphy, that he could not tell that judge that remote appearances would be required in San Miguel. So that's where my angst was coming from. I'm glad to hear Matt is committed and willing to make that work. But I have to tell you, just on the outside and hearing Chief Judge Corey Jackson say that there was no guarantee that we would have the luxury that we did with Judge Murphy.
I understand, and I'm glad to know that your concerns have been assuaged.
Absolutely, Lance. Thank you.
What else would you like to cover?
Well, yeah, and I don't know if you have anything else. I know the big issues for the sheriff's office, I can kind of speak to those. There's always kind of concerns about bond, and that sort of thing, and just how cases are progressing through the court system right now. So the first, is bond issues are always something that come up in the community and throughout, the sheriff's office in particular, always has thoughts on bonds. And I encourage the commissioners, if they want to, public, certainly victims, to tune into the bond hearings, because they're very informative. You will see that I'm always arguing whatever bond is appropriate based on the bond schedule. First of all, the 7th Judicial District has a bond schedule. Victim input, whenever there's a victim crime, is always critically important. And so the bond hearing is when somebody's first advised of a charge, and it's whether or not they're going to basically get out of jail, and how much they have to pay or put up or not pay or put up to get out. And I take those very seriously. And anytime that there's a victim, I try to get victim input to make sure that they are both aware of what the bond is going to be, and if they want to take a position on bond, allowing them to make that position. So I think since I've started this job about a year and a half ago, that's been the biggest focus that I've put on is engaging with victim when victims are involved immediately, and that starts the first day that they're arrested, and then we set bond from there. But the bond statute, that being said, I argue for the bond schedule. The bond statute does absolutely favor release before trial. So that's just something that I think the public needs to be aware of. The judge is not. In fact, I would say that our bonds actually trend a little bit higher here than across district, just from what I've seen. But it's something that's directed by the legislature at this point. But
Absolutely.
Do tune into those if you are interested, or if you have concerns, or if the public comes to you with concerns about, hey, why is this person bonding out so low? Again, that's another reason why I'm here all the time, is like, hey, I got a call, they're concerned about this case. Can you please explain what happened? And I'm always willing to explain myself. When I'm a prosecutor, that's what I do, right? Like, that's one thing that I've learned very quickly in this job, is that you better be prepared to explain every single decision that you're going to do. And I always am, and I'm always willing to do that.
Sounds like being a county commissioner.
It's not,
Right.
there's some levels to that, yeah.
I'm gonna have Jessica step out. We have a fatality in Gunnison, and she needs to be on scene and work with warrants as far as those are concerned. So I'm sorry that Jessica needs to step out, but with the fatality, we're
Thank you, Jessica.
Sorry.
Thank you all. I'm sorry I didn't get to stick around. I appreciate your time.
Likewise, drive safely.
Thanks.
And with Matt saying about the bond schedule and the legislators push down and often I'm sure as the county commissioners you hear issues about bond and people being let out and people being under personal recognizance before an officer is even done writing his report. Jessica, myself, and I'm sure Matt would be more than welcome and willing to participate in a community forum if that's something that you would like. We are more than welcome, or we were more than willing rather to come to San Miguel. And if you think a community forum is appropriate, bringing in law enforcement, bringing in Mr. Bama and Jessica and myself, and educating the public and the citizens of San Miguel about why those things are happening. So
I don't know that this is top of mind for the public. I definitely know it's a concern of the sheriff's office.
yes, yes.
Does anybody feel differently? Do you hear from the public about this?
I don't, but
I
I
was
know
gonna-
that, go ahead, Galina.
Oh, I was going to weigh in that I would like to bounce this off the sheriff's office and see if there maybe even should be some sort of internal forum within the sheriff's office to talk
Mhm.
with the DA.
So I have a conversation with the sheriff's office on on every bond hearing that happens. I make my bond argument based on what they tell me to do. So that's a constant flow of information between my office and the sheriff's office.
Commissioner?
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think that the friction that we may all be feeling from kind of being on the inside of this is actually not something that we can control because it's the state policy that I
Absolutely,
understand
yes.
is driving the possibility of what you just described, getting out before the report's even complete. And that issue isn't going to be very well addressed with a community meeting. It's going to be better addressed at the state level. I know that the sheriff, previous sheriff in particular, pushed very hard for that at the state level. I don't know what our current sheriff's position is, but I suspect it's similar. And I appreciate the offer, Ms. Cooling, but I don't think that you need to make a trip up
Okay.
Yeah,
at this point.
I do
And if
think,
that changes, please, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If that changes, please let us know. We are doing that for several communities or counties rather. And if you feel like your community members and your citizens are really struggling with bond decisions that are coming from judges, that we are really more than willing to come up and have those conversations in a forum-like setting.
well, let's consider whether, as Commissioner Gleason suggested, we need to have more of an internal conversation with your
Absolutely.
office. I don't know if it's possible to get the judges in on this, the sheriff's office. And then I would also say I've kind of been waiting since I became commissioner for sheriff's office or some association to propose a change in the bond statute, and hasn't come, but if it should, I think this board would absolutely be open to a conversation about supporting that. It's not something we would necessarily initiate, but it's something that we would absolutely consider supporting. And I imagine there would be support from commissioners across the state who are experiencing the same issue in their communities.
Yes, thank you. And the seventh overall is, because of legislators' decisions, the bond schedule and restrictions amongst the bond schedule, and just Matt doing a great job explaining why certain bonds have to be the way they are according to the law. I think that helps the community understand.
Great. Got about 3 more minutes. What else?
So the main kind of crimes that we're seeing, like the most high volume still DUI, domestic violence, and assault and harassment are, I would say, shortly behind that, but I've seen a little bit of a decrease in DV, like just kind of in the last few months, which has been good. I think the property crimes, such as like kind of burglary, theft, criminal mischief, breaking things, essentially, those crimes seem to be moving a little bit up. But in terms of, you know, what we see the most of, definitely DUI is certainly the kind of the big one.
Come on, people.
Yeah.
I
it's-
know.
And you know, law enforcement, I think, is doing a great job because we really have let's talk about DUI cases specifically. Any DUI case where there's a crash or somebody's injured is not going to be pled out with, you know, law enforcement does a very good job of stopping incidents before they occur around here. And I think they're just really well trained on it. I think our roads also kind of expose people on that, and they have enough cars out there where I would say 90%, and I'm just using rough numbers, but 90% of my DUI stops are stops that don't involve an accident. In other words, law enforcement was able to put eyes on them, to see that the driving was erratic and get an investigation before something bad happened. And a lot of that also, we get community reports, ready reports, report every drunk driver. We get a lot of those, and the community needs to keep on doing that because, again, our roads expose people and there's no room for error.
And would that report be made through a 911 call?
It is, yeah. You call dispatch at 911. 911 then relates that call to law enforcement, and then law enforcement will respond, and they do respond. So just know that if you call that in, that's taken very seriously, and there will be a car that goes out there on it. So I mean, that's kind of very small. I could give them more if the commissioners are interested in a more detailed kind of status of, you know, with hard numbers, that sort of thing. Happy to do that too.
Matt, I think we'll take you up on your offer to walk across the street and come get the briefing in person.
Thank you. Thank you for offering that.
Kind of information we need and can use. All right, well, that kind of wraps up our time, unless Commissioner Gleason, did you have anything else you'd like to say or ask?
No, thanks. This has been really informative, and I appreciate Matt Bama's feedback and just bringing us up to speed. That really was informative.
Thank you. Really appreciate the time you spend with San Miguel County, Anna.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that morning, you know. So
All
thank you.
right.
Okay.
Okay. Take
Good
care.
day.
All right.
Safe walk across the
Yeah,
street.
thank you. Nice seeing you.
We are not going to be taking public comment at this time. This is not a matter for that, and we are out of time on this agenda item. Moving on now to 7B, consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-36 designating San Miguel County Road K69 for over snow use only during a continuous seasonal period, and that is the extension of Highway 145 that heads past the mill and up towards Bridalveil.
Yes.
Not everybody knows the names of the roads, you guys. All right, let's go.
I guess I can start and Ryan, you can fill in where, so you might remember we had a similar conversation earlier this year in February, about this section of road. And this is arising out of, so the town of Telluride has a water treatment plant for drinking water, not wastewater, up the road a bit past the Idorado, mill site. And previously they had been in the winter accessing that water plant through the Idorado site and then only having to plow a section of the road. So there was a natural snow barrier where the county road begins in the winter, so the public couldn't travel up the road with their cars. But Idorado has since notified the town that they don't want access through the site anymore. So the town now needs to plow that entire segment of road, which would give the appearance that it's open to vehicle traffic throughout the winter. And earlier this year, we had adopted a 90-day temporary closure just as a short-term solution to address that while we figured out kind of a longer term solution that would last every year. Because having the public travel up that road in their vehicles thinking, oh, it's plowed, so I can keep going, can lead to people getting stuck, not being able to turn around. We have to recover vehicles. And there's also several avalanche paths throughout those switchbacks there. So this resolution is proposing to designate that segment of the road for over snow use only during a continuous seasonal period. So we've defined that as generally from November through the end of April, but allowing the road and bridge superintendent to adjust specific dates based on snow conditions. And then also authorizing the winter maintenance agreement with the town to plow that section of the road, but requiring them to leave at least a 5-foot wide segment of snow on one side of the road so that that over snow travel can be maintained even while they're plowing to get access to that plant.
This is the part I don't understand. So we're saying it's only gonna be over snow travel, but at the same time, we're allowing the town of Telluride for good reason to plow. So I've been trying to imagine this in my mind. There'll be a section that's plowed that provides access for town of Telluride water system. And then to the side of that will be a space for the public to travel. And how do we keep the public on the over snow travel swath and not on the plowed road?
So there will be a gate installed that the town will open and close as needed to access. And yeah, so they'll only plow a 1-lane path, just what they need to get their truck up there. And so the designation is as it is relating to the public use.
Okay,
So the winter maintenance agreement for the town is just for the town to get that access. And then as it relates to public access, it's designated for over snow use only, which could include snowshoes, snowmobile, dog sled, I suppose. And then I just wanted to, there was one complicating factor when I was preparing this resolution where I discovered an earlier resolution from 2005 that appeared to designated the entire section of the road as a high country area road and prohibit any public or private winter maintenance on the road during this period of November to May 1st. And that was inconsistent with what's in the land use code, which allows winter maintenance on this lower section of the road in order to access public facilities. I can't remember the exact terminology. It's in the resolution. So we're proposing to rescind that 2005 resolution because it's just inconsistent with what's stated in the land use code, both in terms of the designation of the road and whether public or private winter maintenance will be allowed.
thanks for cleaning that up.
Yeah.
Ryan, did you like to add anything?
I think Maura summed it all up pretty well. This is just, this is an issue that the last couple of years we've been working with the town to try to resolve so that we can help them, continue on as they have historically maintained their infrastructure, but also staying within the confines of the statutes as far as the legal use of the road.
So will there be a written agreement with the town that requires them or us to install the gate, and then also that requires them whenever they perform maintenance to maintain that shoulder?
So we're going to include all of that in the permit language moving forward.
Okay,
And so that's what they're right now working on plans for the gate and getting the gate. We sent them some designs and some details that they could use, and so it's going to be a gate that lives vertically.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to swing, through the snow, and then they're going to be paying for the installation, and they'll be paying for the maintenance of the gate.
any questions from the other commissioners?
If not, I've got a motion.
I have just one question. Is the town of Tyrone okay with all this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually reached out to us because originally, because they were faced with a problem when their permission was rescinded to go across that private property.
Okay, well done.
Yeah.
Galena?
No further questions from me. And it makes sense that the town of Telluride would be satisfied with the solution. So I'm glad they are.
Excellent. I move to approve I move to approve resolution 2025-36, designating a section of San Miguel County Road K69 for oversnow use only during a continuous seasonal period and rescinding resolution 2005-52 as presented.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, the resolution passes. Thank you, and congrats to the Road and Bridge Department on 1B passing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Do our job. All right. Okay, moving on now to item 8A, consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-36, approving a vacation of the San Miguel County Road L 63.7. This is an application received from the Alexander Ranch LLLP via, I believe, the town of Telluride. And we have a host of friends here. We need some more mics to be passed around.
Yes. You can just move that one. Okay, go through.
Right, this guy over here. This one, if you want somebody else there? Oh, no, I'll just sit here. Okay. Okay, we have before us now Michelle Bolson from the town of Telluride, as well as town of Mountain Village, and Haley Carmer also.
Morning.
Interested parties in the audience. Nicola, this looks like you're taking the lead.
Yep, thank you, Commissioner Brown. Good morning. Today, we are going to be hearing two applications, both submitted by Michelle, regarding the parcel down in the Alexander's parcel down in the Ilium Valley. The first one we're gonna hear is for the vacation of County Road L 63.7. And this is a two-step hearing. It already went to the Planning Commission and it was unanimously recommended for approval. Alrighty. So the owner, who we've got in the room with us, is the Alexander Ranch LLLP, and they are being represented by Michelle with the town of Mountain Village. The location is off of Highway 145, west of the Ilium Industrial Park, and then east of the CDOT facility down there. And it is zoned forestry, agriculture, and open, and the proposal is to vacate the entirety of the road. So a little bit of background, County Road L 63.7 has not been used for access for a few years, and its connection to Highway 145 was vacated when that passing lane was established coming up Keystone Hill. And there is a guardrail there now. So there's really wasn't the door to reconnect it was not left open. And this application is a part of a larger project to adjust the lot lines on the parcel, which you all will be hearing later, ultimately to create a 5-acre parcel to house a regional wastewater treatment plant. But specifically, the vacation of this county road is going to unencumber the Alexander's property and kind of allow some room for the lot line adjustment as well as potential future development. So here is a vicinity map. You can see that county road that is proposed to be vacated. Here is an aerial photo. You can see that up at the top where it historically connected to County 145, it's really grown back in and is no longer in use for anything. Here is a description of that road segment that was prepared by Dave Bolson, showing the legal parameters of it. And you can see that black line just showing the edge of the CDOT right of way. And then this was publicly noticed in the Telluride Daily Planet and the Norwood Post, and Michelle did complete the public notice mailing and the sign posting by October 15th. This was referred to the county manager, county surveyor, the deputy county manager, road and bridge, county sheriffs, SAMPA, fire protection district, and the county attorney. Dave Foley did review the legal description for the road and all of his comments have been addressed. Mike Bordonia, county manager, did comment that although he disagreed with a statement in the application that the county road didn't connect to L63.5, he does not have any objections to the application. So the review standards for this, it is a two-step process. This is the second step of that. Whether or not to vacate it is at the discretion of the board. The required application materials were submitted. The proposal does not leave any property without access to a public road because that road is not serving to connect to any other road or property. You will adopt a resolution if you find fit, and all the notice requirements have been met. And then here are the review standards for road vacation, detailing that there needs to be an accurate legal description, a reason, whether or not the roadway is to be relocated, which in this instance it will not be. And, you know, everybody within 500 feet of that parcel was notified, although nobody uses that road for access. And yeah, nothing is being left without access here. So the Planning Commission did unanimously vote to approve this at their regular meeting in October. And here is a sample motion for you all. And let me know if you have any questions for myself or the applicant.
Any questions for Nicola? No, would the applicant care to speak?
We do, Michelle Bolson, Assistant Town Manager at the Town of Mountain Village, and I'm Haley Carmer, Assistant Town Attorney. And we did have a brief presentation, no more than 3 minutes. Nicola was very thorough also.
Sure.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
And then I have Dave Bolson also, he'll be presenting with the next item, but he may have things to share.
Are you able to share your screen, Michelle?
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate your time today. As Nicola noted, the location of this right away that we're requesting to be vacated is near the courthouse and also the intersection with the Ilium Road intersection. And this is what it looks like from below, and you can see the guardrail now is prohibiting kind of access through that area. And the lower portion here, the flat area is used for large trucks and cattle loading. And this is what the right-of-way looks like in entirety. Nicola shared this slide also. This is the total complete area to be vacated that shows, like, I think per code 25 feet from center line. And for the staff memo, the road is not maintained and would not require a placement road since it's not used for access to any other parcel. And as noted, access to Highway 145 was impeded with construction of the passing lane guardrail. The road was not established by easement, conveyance, plat, or other fee dedication is considered a public easement by the county. We walked through the review standards that are being met. The Planning Commission did review it and provided you a recommendation. And again, the final request is for it to be vacated, and the justifications are that it's not actively used, serves no current transportation purpose, does not need to be relocated, and is otherwise precluded from future uses because of the guardrail access and grades. And it will help facilitate the subdivision exemption plat, which is the next item on your agenda. And consistent with the memorandum of understanding executed between the Alexander family, San Miguel County, and the Town of Mountain Village. Did you have any other things to add, Haley?
Yeah, just one quick clarification. So in your packet, you'll see the legal description of what's being vacated. And it looks a little cumbersome because of the fact that we haven't been able to find where it was actually dedicated. So to cover whatever prescriptive rights might be there, we have the surveyed description of, the travel piece, and then anything that would otherwise be incorporated within that potential easement. So that's why it looks a little cumbersome as far as the actual legal description goes.
Thank you.
Any questions, commissioners, for the Mountain Village team?
No questions from me. Thank you.
And if you're ready to make a motion, if you would read the PowerPoint one, there may have been a planning commission motion left over in your memorandum, but this is consistent with the resolutions on the PowerPoint slide.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I'd just like to comment that, vacating a county road is not something we take lightly. But this is clearly the right thing to do for all sorts of reasons. So I have absolutely no objections. This is a long awaited day. And I'm happy to support the motion. Okay.
Don't forget to open up the public hearing.
Public hearing. Let's hear from the public. Anybody out there care to speak to this? Oh, Commissioner Leeson.
Oh, I was just gonna say what Kay said. I think it prudent that we hear from the public.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see anybody in the room. I don't see any hands online. Okay. Any other comments from the commissioners?
Only that you now need to close the public hearing.
Let's be a public hearing. How about just say on the agenda that there's a public hearing? Okay. Closing the public hearing.
Are you ready for a motion, Madam Chair?
Okay, ready.
I move to approve the vacation of County Road L 63.7 and to adopt the Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2025-37 based on the finding that the vacation is consistent with Land Use Code Section 5-501L road vacation as presented.
I second that motion.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The resolution passes. 63.0 is vacated. Moving on now to item 8B, consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-33, granting a subdivision exemption for lot line adjustments within portions of the Valley Placer MS 15120 and the San Miguel Placer MS 2068 within parcel BR1. Nicholas back.
Yes, thank you. So yes, we have the second portion of the application here for the lot line adjustment for that Alexander Ranch LLP parcel in the Ilium Valley. So the proposal is that we're starting. It's a little bit more complicated than your typical lot line adjustment, but there are 7 lots that have been identified within parcel BR1. And the proposal is to adjust those lot lines to create 6 different parcels. So we're not creating any new parcels. If any, we're taking one away, and we'll show a map that explains that a little bit better. But our applicant is the Alexander Ranch, and we have Michelle Bolson representing them. The total acreage for the 7 lots is 62 acres. And this is a one-step Board of County Commissioners review. And the vacation of County Road L 63.7, which we just heard, is included on this plat as well. So a little bit of background, a lot of this will be familiar from the MOU that the BOCC entered with the town of Mountain Village, but some background on the easements and right-of-ways that you're going to see on this plat. The Rio Grande Southern Railroad right-of-way is going to be conveyed to the Alexanders as reflected on the plat in the MOU. Since it's been quite some time since that railroad was actually in use, it's actually essentially a parcel rather than a right-of-way. And that is a big kind of in the middle of that parcel that is causing the split between a lot of these lots right now. And then additionally, that County Road L 63.7 will be vacated and conveyed to the Alexanders. The Alexanders have dedicated an easement for a recreational hiker biker trail running south of the San Miguel River and east of County Road L 63.5 per that MOU. And then the Alexanders have also dedicated right-of-ways for County Roads L 63 and L 63.5 where they run through their property, which was some good housekeeping to do regarding our county roads. And then the Alexanders have also earmarked a portion of their land that is lying southwest of the intersection of County Road 63L and Highway 145 to be used for future improvements to that intersection, which you can see on the plat as Lot 2. So here is a subject parcel, and just to point out that the section north of Highway 145, as well as the section east of County Road 63L are not being considered as a part of this plat. And here's the aerial view. Currently, the only thing on this lot is the corral, I believe, owned by the Alexanders. So it is largely unimproved. So here is this was really helpful for me in figuring out this lot line adjustment. So hopefully it's helpful for you all as well. So you can see in pink and in a lighter yellow here in the center, that RGS right-of-way that is being vacated, that is currently splitting up these parcels. And then additionally, the edge of those placers that's coming down here in the middle. So those are kind of the big dividers currently that are creating these 7 lots. If this plat is approved, the lots will follow along the San Miguel River and along those county roads, just giving it a bit more of a sensical lot split. In this parcel down here in blue, that is the 5-acre parcel that is contemplated to be used as a future wastewater treatment plant. Here is the overall view of the plat. A little bit hard to see detail here, but there is thankfully a sheet for each section of the lot. So this is the far west side. Moving east, there's that 5-acre lot. And then all the way over to the corral and County Road 63L. And then here's just the last sheet of the plat that really spells out the original lots and then the new lots being created. So the public hearing notice was published in the Telluride Daily Planet and the Norwood Post, and Michelle Bolson completed the public notice mailing and the sign posting. We did receive a comment letter from Dan Collins, and the reason we had received it from him a month or so ago, and I just want to reiterate that there will be time to comment on the actual application for the wastewater treatment plant at a later date, and that this application should really just be focusing on the merits of the lot line adjustment itself and not really thinking too much about that future. But I did just include that he was wanting that comment to be included, but later on down the line, when that wastewater treatment application comes up, that would be the more appropriate time to really consider those comments in their entirety.
And just for the record, we did receive that comment. It was on our desk this morning.
Okay, great. This application was sent out to referral agencies, the county attorney, county manager, deputy county manager, road and bridge director, our county surveyor, county parks and open space director, and the Colorado Department of Transportation. David Foley, our county surveyor, did have 40 comments to be addressed, and he's been working with Dave Bolson to get those squared away as well. Kay Simonson had, our planning director, did have 7 comments that were technical semantics on the plat, and they have agreed to address those, as well as county manager Mike Bordonia's comments that he would like the rows that are being dedicated to the county to be included on the plat, which is certainly important. And the town of Mountain Village and Dave Bolson have agreed to include those, and they are working on that currently. So here are the review standards for a lot line adjustment. It does not create more than the original number of lots or parcels. The purpose is not the creation of new lots, and it does not render a previously buildable lot unbuildable. It is not increasing the nonconformities. And the applicant has prepared a subdivision exemption lot line adjustment plat. And here is your sample motion up on the board with 2 conditions to comply with all of Dave Foley, Kay Simonson, and Mike Bordonia's comments. And then also to obtain an access permit from CDOT for access to that lot 1 eventually off of Highway 145. And let me know if you have any questions for myself or the applicant.
By lot 1, is that the potential wastewater? treatment?
Yes.
Mountain Village, would you care to comment?
You have a presentation.
Present away, especially if it's as efficient as the last one.
Okay. And also, is Dave Bolson able to speak? Perfect, okay. Just our presentation. I also have Brandon Bear. He's our wastewater consultant with SGM. I don't think that he'll be needed for this, but just in case. Just a minute. Okay. Okay, thank you again for your time today. This is a lot line adjustment exemption plat application. Thank you, Nicola, very thorough. Appreciate that. So the town of Mountain Village went under contract for this 5-acre parcel in June of 2024 for the purposes of developing a new regional wastewater treatment plant site. And creation of the 5-acre parcel through the subdivision is a condition of closing on the property. And subsequent to June of 2024, we've had a series of regional memorandums of understanding, all specifically related to either the regional wastewater treatment plant or the formation of a wastewater authority. And those dates and parties are listed on this slide. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Bolson to provide some history of the property.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Dave Bolson. I am the land surveyor working on behalf of the Alexanders in the town of Mountain Village. And I've been asked to give a little bit of a historic perspective of how we got here with the platting. This is a bit strange situation because the underlying property are 2 unplatted placer claims that were originally somewhere around 190 acres in total. Over the years, before there were subdivision regulations enacted by each of the counties, there were conveyances out of those placer claims, most notably the railroad, and then also subsequent to that, the CDOT right-of-way. And then once there were subdivision regulations in place, the lower Ilium Lawson development took a bunch of the San Miguel placer. What we're left with is somewhere around 62 acres south of the highway, but unfortunately it's divided up by the old RGS right of way and the CDOT right of way, and then the placer lines, and that's how we ended up with this the 7 parcels that basically don't follow any natural dividing line on the ground. This plat will make 6 lots that are a little more manageable to administer, and they're largely divided by the river and the existing roadways, the county roadways. I think that's really all I had. I think it pretty much shows the lower panel. Nicola visited on that. Is kind of the resulting parcels, and you can see the right of way are being dedicated. Those are not shaded, but the width of those relates to the use that's on the ground, and then the individual lots are shaded differently. So,
Thank you, Dave.
All right. So if the subdivision is ultimately approved, we'll have the 6 lots. 4 will remain in the ownership of the Alexander Ranch or with the Alexander family. One of those lots, which is lot 2, that's the one that's slated for dedication to the county once the Highway 145 County Road 63 improvements are up and running and in plan. So part of if we get to closing here, one of the things we'll be recording at closing is that agreement to convey that includes those provisions. So that gets recorded with the plat at closing. So that's where those details will come in. And then lot one is of course the wastewater treatment plant parcel that the town of Mountain Village will purchase from the Alexanders. And as we've talked about, we've got multiple dedications to the county. The roads are being dedicated in fee versus an easement. So that's helpful for cleanup and just longevity going forward for the county. And then also the recreational trails over the Alexander's parcels so we've got the part that goes along the highway up on the north side, the connector trail, and then also the one on the south. So there's those two pieces that are affirmatively dedicated on the plat. And as we've heard, we've got the referral comments. We've reviewed all of those. We have no objection to them. Dave Foley's were primarily technical and surveyor lingo that goes over my head. So thankfully we have the other Dave. But they've been working on those together, and we'll get all of those finalized obviously before we record. And then same with Kay's comments, didn't have any issues on those plat notes either. So we'll get the final package back to county after we've accommodated all of those pieces, and then do the final review before we record. Again, assuming this is a successful application today.
Yeah, and so I think you've addressed this. We were comfortable with all the referral comments and can integrate those into that final plat. And understand, I think we understand we need an access permit. We've already kind of looked into those requirements with CDOT. We've addressed the criteria for review, and we're happy to stand for questions.
Questions from the commissioners?
No questions from this commissioner. Thank you.
Galina? You probably know you're on there.
I don't have, hi, thanks. I don't have questions, but rather just a comment of contingencies and other considerations that I didn't hear presented, but I think is important to relay to the public. This is in the packet under item 8, number A. In the event of a regional wastewater treatment plant is not built on the parcel within 10 years of Mountain Village or its assigned purchase of the wastewater treatment parcel, Mountain Village and the county will jointly agree on a reasonable alternative public municipal use of the wastewater treatment plant parcel from the uses and activities allowed by right or additional review under the then applicable zoning regulations. I think it's just important for the public to hear that language and agreement between the two jurisdictions as to what that parcel, its future use would be if for some reason the wastewater treatment plant plans didn't come to fruition.
And on that point, I forgot to mention this, we will be recording a covenant to that effect at closing as well. So that's another piece that will go along with the plat once it's recorded for closing, and that's in the process. So in addition to that, that'll be a covenant that follows that lot one.
Okay, thank you. So this is a super clean presentation. I don't think it reflects the years of thought that have gone into getting us to this spot. And I just want to speak to the vision of the Mountain Village and to the generosity of the Alexander family in being once again willing to work with the east end of the county to solve one of our infrastructure issues. I'd like to also specifically thank the Mountain Village for all the time you spent listening to us and the concerns of the county as we develop those MOUs, which were glossed over here today, as they should be because they're established. But we definitely, as we were considering the county vacating those rights of way, we really appreciate that you understood the need for some continued access, potentially for emergency services, and assurance that if the sewer treatment plant did go forward, as well, I won't make a comment on that, but that, you know, service would be provided at fair rates for people in unincorporated San Miguel County. And then also that we would jointly decide how the lot would be used if the wastewater treatment plant for some reason didn't get built. So great appreciation for your collaboration and negotiation, and it wasn't always easy, but here we are. And also, again, thanks to the Alexander family, this is not a simple sale. Sure, have 5 acres. There's been a lot that's gone into this, but we appreciate your recognizing that the county needs those rights of way again for emergency egress and the recreation trails. That will be a great benefit to the community. So, yeah, anyway, a lot went into this, but here we are. And it's a clean request right now. So I don't actually have any further questions. Or any questions. This is not a public hearing. This is a public hearing. Let's hear from the public. I don't see anyone in the room with hands raised, and I do not see anyone online with hands raised.
Dan Collins.
Collins may have intended to raise his hand.
Oh, where's that? Dan. Hi, Dan. Would you care to address the commission? If so, I assume you can unmute yourself. I just popped off Zoom, so I can look up here. Can you toggle over so we can see Dan's Hollywood Square? Please. One more to the right, maybe?
He is unmuted.
Oh, great.
Great. I don't know if you want my video. There
Sure.
we go. Hi, everybody. I think I know almost everybody in the room, and I feel like I'm the odd man out here. And I won't read the entire letter, but I just have one question for Dave, and that is, I'm going over the maps this morning. I see that there's some designation of wetlands on lot number 1, and has it been actually surveyed with the assistance of somebody like Chris Hazen, or is this just done from satellite maps? And if those are wetlands, will that put any further consideration on the wisdom of placing a wastewater treatment plant on that very narrow, very small lot?
Yeah, I can share that as part of the existing condition surveying that was required to support this application, Chris Hazen and his son Fisher did delineate those wetlands, and we located all of those flags. So that accurately represents a foot of, a boots on the ground delineation, along with we also had a floodplain study done. So those are in the existing condition survey, and I can't really speak to the relationship between those and the future use on the property, but I would assume that that the two could coexist, but I don't. I'm a surveyor.
It's just ironic that Mountain Village put so much effort into reclaiming the wetlands that were destroyed years ago, 20 years ago, 2003, right at the entrance of Mountain Village. They destroyed fens there, but then turned it into they've infilled all of that, and then had to go through the process of reclaiming those fens. And so here we have another condition of a natural wetland adjacent to a very pristine, sensitive reach of the San Miguel River, and yet we're proposing a highly impactful, centralized, major piece of infrastructure. And it just seems ludicrous to me. I know there's been a hell of a lot of effort, but it's wrong.
Excuse me, Commissioner. I just wanted to remind folks, when they make public comments, it's to the Board of Commissioners. It is your decision whether or not to entertain that as a question and request response. But these questions should only be to you, and Mr. Collins has his remaining time.
I appreciate that reminder. Dan, any further comments or questions for the board?
No, thank you. And thanks for taking my letter, which I hope is on file.
It certainly is.
I think,
I think your computer's unmuted.
yeah, your computer is.
Oh, that just happened. Come on in. Make sure it's me.
I think so.
Jared's got
There
the
you
magic
go.
touch.
Got it.
Thank you, host. Okay.
Good.
All right. I did use that. Oh, but I have to do function. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bolson, for responding to Dan's question, and it sounded like Mrs. Bolson has for some further point of clarification.
Yeah, and Dan, I'm happy.
Public comment,
What's happening?
since it's a
Other.
public hearing.
process.
Hearing.
I'm
Just, are there
sorry.
any other public comments?
Oh, okay, I was still in the public.
Right, it just, you
okay.
take all the comments and then.
And then
provide
decide
your
if.
Okay,
responses.
thank you. Okay, this is why we have such an good staff. Are there any other public comments or questions? I don't see hands in the room or online. Am I missing anything? Okay. Michelle, would you like to address Dan's question?
I would. Hi, Dan. So we call that kind of like the tail of the property. It's pretty narrow and it has wetlands, but it didn't really make sense to not include that because it would be like a tiny little parcel owned by the Alexanders and then the wastewater treatment plant site. So to answer your question, all of our site planning does not include building anything on that section. And if anything, there could be some kind of an enhanced wetland area down there or kind of public space, depending on requirements that relate to wastewater treatment plant security. So I understand Telluride had, or not Telluride, sorry, I'm doing the same thing, Ann, that you did.
You can blame it on me.
That there's a long history of wetland related things related to Telco, not the town of Mountain Village, but we're all sensitive to wetlands in this region.
Thank you. I was gonna ask if it was Telco rather than Village. Okay, please.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody that, you know, what we're looking at today is the lot line adjustment. When there is development of any kind in the future, we'll be looking at that pursuant to all of the regulations in our land use code, which includes wetlands and floodplain. And also, you know, there may be Army Corps of Engineer requirements for those wetlands that will require permitting. There'll be state permits, you know, all of that. So we're a long ways from that, but nothing that we would do here today would preclude the full implementation of all our regulations.
Thank you for that reminder. Did I close public comment?
No.
Let's do that. Close the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
I think we are ready for a motion.
I am ready to provide one.
Let's go, Lance.
I move to approve the proposed subdivision exception for lot line adjustments to adjust the boundary lines for the lots contained within parcel BR1 as presented, to authorize the chair's signature on the corresponding final plat, and to adopt the corresponding Board of County Commissioner Resolution number 2025-33, finding that the proposed subdivision exception for lot line adjustments is in compliance with all applicable land use code standards in section 5-1203 lot line adjustments, including the submission of a final plat that complies with the final plat submission contents required in the land use code, subject to the following conditions. 1, submission of a final plat that complies with all 40 comments made by David Foley, the county surveyor, per his email dated October 9th, 2025, as well as comments made by Mike Bordonia, county manager, regarding the right-of-way dedication, and Kay Simonson, planning director. And 2, the applicant shall obtain an access permit from the Colorado Department of Transportation for access to Lot 1 off of Highway 145.
I second that motion.
Thank you. How do you vote?
Vote aye.
I vote aye.
Aye as well. The resolution 2025-33 is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it.
We're gonna take a quick 11 PM almost bio break and resume, let's say at 11:10. Thank you. Hold on, Michelle. Thanks. My hands are sweating. Let's go. Hi, Brandy. Hello, San Miguel County. It is 11:10 a.m. We are resuming our regular meeting on November 5th, 2025. We have arrived at item 9, which is manager matters. Mike, would you like to go into updates or into item A?
I'd like to do item A because I know we have some staff that are listening and or interested in these, and then I'll give my updates, and I have one additional question for the board, following item C.
Okay, so let's move on to item 9A. I've lost my notes on, so I'll have to use my memory. Consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-34, adopting the 2026 Board of County Commissioners open meeting schedule.
Very good. So similar to previous years, this is our annual schedule of commissioner meetings. We know that often we've taken the liberty of changing work sessions to special meetings when we've had action items. But as far as continuing our presence in Placerville, Norwood, and Egner twice a year each respectively, those are proposed to continue in a similar times of the year that we have gone to those locations in the past. There are generally, even in months where there are 5 Wednesdays, we're proposing 4 regular meetings or 4 meetings per month, 2 regular, 2 work session in general, with the understanding that we may always add an extra special meeting if there is a 5th Wednesday of the month that requires actions to be taken. So with that, do you have any questions or comments on this proposed meeting schedule?
I do.
Yes, please.
Let me just get back there. The Placerville, there are 2 Placerville meetings on here per usual, and one indicates 4 to 6:30 and the other does not. Did we want to stick with that? So let's see, the one that does is in May, the one that
Correct.
doesn't is in October. Did we want to, I mean, we can also decide closer to that time, but was there a reason that we didn't have that as 4 to 6:30?
No reason.
No reason. So we could easily adjust that to mirror the same.
Okay, and then I noticed there were 3.
Would you like to do that?
Oh, sorry.
To
how do
have
you
that,
guys feel
the
about
second
that?
Placerville meeting be 4 to 6:30 as well?
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
so
Go ahead, Galena.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense to me because it seems to really work for residents' schedules to be able to come after work and also not go too late into the evening.
very good.
I think in the we have occasionally started at 5. Do we prefer 4 to 5? I mean, we did 4 last couple weeks ago and it seemed to have a good turnout, right?
Yeah, and it didn't seem like there were folks coming in at 5:15, 5:30, so
Yeah.
I feel comfortable with that middle ground.
So Galena said too, without going too late, so that's great. And if we get feedback, otherwise we can always adjust. The other thing I noticed is there are 3 Norwood events. So there are 2 meetings and then 1 evening work session. I like that, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody else liked that.
I like it.
And then I also noticed that the Norwood, oh, sorry, Galena.
I have nothing substantial. I do think it's nice to give an evening option to Norwood residents, for a lot of them are working during the day. And so it gives people an opportunity to come and engage after work at least once a year.
Great. And how do you feel about the 4 to 6:30 time in Norwood? Should that be later? I can't remember again what we did recently.
Yeah, I mean, we might consider doing it a bit later just because to accommodate people's work schedules.
And the commute, right?
And the commute. So that is something we might take into consideration, is bumping it even, 5 to 7:30.
Maybe 5 to 7. We haven't gotten a ton of people at that last time.
Yeah.
If we're concerned about getting through the workday and also commuting, 5 isn't really going to solve that question.
Well, it just means people don't have to leave work quite as early.
Mhm.
Galena, would you prefer to start at 6?
I mean, to Lance's point, yeah, that would give people an option to commute from Telluride after work and get there in time.
But then we bump into no dinner and under calorie people attending a meeting. I'm not sure if that's a benefit either.
I think we had snacks last time, didn't we?
Heavy snacks.
Why don't we try 6 to 7:30? I mean, I know it's only an hour and a half, but we have 2 other meetings in Norwood and see how that goes.
We can always run over our projected finish time if there's lively conversation.
Good call. All right, how's that sound to you, Galena?
Yeah, that sounds great. We'll try it out.
Great. And then the other thing I noticed is that our Norwood meetings are scheduled for June, July, and September, which is all summer months. And we might have done that for road conditions, but that leaves 8 months without an appearance in Norwood. And I would suggest that we spread that out. Spread out those meetings.
Thank you, Anne. I was going to bring that up as well. I just think it's good to give people an option to interact with the commissioners throughout the year if there's any pressing issues. So perhaps we could entertain a meeting in March, perhaps, would be a good cadence.
So March
instead of the June meeting.
So March 18th, regular meeting would take place instead of the June 17th. Regular meeting in Norwood, is that correct?
Yeah, does that sound good? Galena, March 18th specifically?
Sure, that works, or the 4th of March, whichever of those regular meetings.
And then I would suggest we also move let's see, so if we go from March to July, that's April, May, June, July, 4 months. And then if we go from July to October, that's August, September, 3 months. I feel like we should move the October meeting later as well.
Where would you like to position it?
I would say November maybe. And then we have.
Do you mean
I
the
think
one that's
September?
currently scheduled for September 16th in Norwood?
Yeah, I would suggest moving, did I say October? I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would move
16th
to November.
to November 18th or 4th.
I don't have a strong preference. I guess later is better if we're trying to spread it out further.
I'd
Just as
suggest
a
the
reminder.
18th because
Okay.
on the 28th of October, we are in Placerville. So
Okay.
perhaps just for the cadence to be on the east and then west end, November 18th would kind of spread those meetings out.
Great. And what do we choose for March?
Is it the 4th or the 18th?
I think again, the 4th would spread it out a little further. So
Okay.
that would be my suggestion.
I support that.
Okay.
Very good.
So are we all clear on those adjustments?
So we would change the October 28th meeting in Placerville to be or clarify that it would be from 4 to 6:30 PM. The July 8th meeting in Norwood would occur from 6 to 7:30. The June 17th meeting in Norwood would be changed to March 4th.
Correct.
And the September 16th meeting in Norwood would be changed to November 18th.
I like it. Have the other commissioners confirmed?
Commissioner Ware,
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Commissioner Gleason,
Like it.
very good.
All right, do we need a resolution then? We do.
Yeah, so you could move to approve the resolution with the amendments that have been discussed, if you wish.
So moved.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, the motion carries. Moving on now to 9B, consideration of chair's signature on resolution 2025-35, approving the 2026 San Miguel County holiday schedule.
And with us is Brandy Hatfield from the Personnel Committee. I do want to note that last year for 2025, the commissioners had authorized 13 holidays and equated that those were 10-hour day holidays.
Can you remind us why we did that? I mean,
Because
yeah.
we had a discrepancy between when we're giving 8-hour holidays and we had about half of our staff on 10-hour
Days.
schedules, 10-hour day schedules. We were having folks that were simply taking the day, and it was kind of creating inequity between those with the 8-hour schedules and the 10-hour schedules. By going to the 10s, it addressed it, and then it allows those folks with the 8-hour schedules taking that same holiday to use 2 extra hours of holiday at a different time if they're authorized by their supervisor. So it was more of a record, a cleanliness of scheduling.
Kind of
and-
equity too.
Correct, and equity.
Okay, I do recall that. And I think last year we had 13 holidays and this schedule's for 14, given the way the days fall.
That is correct, and there was a note though that from Karen Belrose. That if the commissioners were to only authorize 13, that they would recommend removing January 2nd as that. So the question before you is, would you authorize this schedule as presented with 14 holidays? And if you do not, would you go with the recommendation for 13 holidays foregoing January 2nd?
Brandy, let's hear from you.
I think Mike wrapped it up. I mean, the personnel committee met last month, I think, and chose the 14 holidays. January 2nd is a Friday. A lot of staff are off anyway, so if we make it a holiday, everybody would be off. But we do think that a lot of people like Christmas Eve off, so we added that to the list.
Okay.
And then, yeah, if we have to give up one, we would rather give up January 2nd than Christmas Eve.
Colleen, I don't think you've been part of this conversation previously. Did you have any questions or comments? Not to put you on the spot, you can say no.
No, it's fine. I'm just wrapping my head around all this because you're right. This is the first time that this has been in front of me. And I appreciated Mike's explanation about the breakdown of hours. I guess at this point, I don't really have any comments to make. If there's anything else that needs to be said by staff.
Lance?
I lean towards the schedule as presented in the packet with the inclusion of January 2nd. It makes sense to me on a Friday after New Year's Day to just make that celebration linger and give people a chance to really breathe.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Gleason?
Yeah, and I think to the point that a lot of staff don't work on Fridays, so it would only be a portion of staff that would not be working that day. It just makes sense to me as well.
Just recognizing that does, I think, at the way it works now, is anyone who would normally not be working on Friday would have an additional
Day
10
off.
hours in their vacation schedule, right? Or additional day off somewhere.
Correct, and that creates 4 days of those 4 Fridays that are proposed as holidays currently that would be taken at other times by those employees.
That's right.
5?
Well,
Oh, yeah, you're right, my bad, 5.
Ryan, did you want to add something from Road and Bridge?
Just from Riverbridge, so what we're doing, just so you guys are aware, we're just, whether it's gonna be the 2 hours or whether it's gonna be the holiday, if it falls on one of our scheduled days off, then we're just gonna shift our working day to that day and take the holiday on or a day off the day before, the last working day. So it still works out to be the same. So we would actually, so like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, our day off would be Thursday, and then Friday we would work, day off
He's
Saturday.
referring to their summer schedule when they're doing 4 10-hour days
Yeah.
versus during their winter schedule, and Road and Bridge is an anomaly
Right.
of this
Yeah.
schedule.
Okay, I think, anything, other questions or comments? I'd like to thank you, Brandy, and the others for serving on the Personnel Committee. I know that's a new or revived group, and it's nice to know that the employees' voices are represented in proposals and decisions like this, so thank you.
Thanks.
With that, I move to approve the chair signature on resolution 2025-35, approving the 2026 San Miguel County holiday calendar as presented in the packet.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, the holiday calendar is approved. Moving on to 9C, consideration of the chair's signature on an intergovernmental agreement concerning the management of the alpineloop.info website. Mr. Bordonia.
Thanks, commissioners. This is the continuation of a partnership that was originally through grant funds received and concerning the counties that all have some portion of the Alpine Loop within their jurisdiction. There was the recognition of the need for common information regarding rules, signage, and enforcement. And one of the main ongoing tools, now that that grant has sunset, is the continued operation and updates to the alpineloop.info website. It is $175 that are requested from each of the counties of Hinsdale, Ouray, San Juan, and San Miguel counties. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention and see if you had any concerns about us continuing to budget for and participate with this group.
I have no concerns.
Okay.
None for me. I think this was a really smart initiative, and I think it was Hinsdale County that led it, so appreciation to them for that.
Yep, I believe former Commissioner Christy Borchers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then
Alina, did you have any comments about the Alpine Loop?
No, other than $175 annually is a pretty small investment to maintain this intergovernmental agreement, and I support it.
With that, would you like a motion, Mike? It's listed in the packet as something that we need to
Yes,
authorize
this
that's chair
is
signature.
because our previous memorandum of understanding has sunset. This would be an amendment that would continue indefinitely into the future, subject to annual appropriations.
I think it just goes through 2028.
But knowing that you can't commit funds in for 2027 right now, we're asking you to authorize this MOU to continue through 2028, subject to annual appropriations.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Thanks.
I move to approve the chair's signature on an intergovernmental agreement concerning the management of the Alpine Loop info website at the cost of $175 annually for each governmental entity participating.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries. Mike, thanks for managing that too.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
My pleasure. This is one that is more a question for a future meeting. Understanding that the Telluride Daily Planet, which is our newspaper of record for public noticing, we also use our county website. And in 2019, House Bill 19-1087 allowed counties to use their website as their official posting place if it was free and accessible. Knowing that the Daily Planet is proposing to go from 3 issues per week to 1, I know in speaking with Kay Simonson, she was concerned that this could lead to delays in when we would be able to schedule public hearings for land use matters because of the new deadlines as well as the lesser frequency of publication. So I'm asking if you would like us to consider bringing forth a resolution that would name our county website, which is accessible and free for the public to use, as our official posting place, understanding that we would still continue to use the Daily Planet, but that if we had issues that needed to come before the Planning Commission or the Board of Commissioners relatively quickly, you could, if the website was the official venue, you could advertise it there. You could still notice it in the newspaper, but it might not. It would allow you to hear these items more quickly. It's more just a one for your thoughts, questions right now, and then.
I'm a little confused because I know CCI is supporting a bill that would allow people to use different newspapers. So I was assuming that we still were required to use the newspaper for that kind of public notice. We don't
No.
need to use the newspaper.
No.
It's really interesting. I wonder why this bill is necessary then. Anybody?
I think that it relates back to what Mike said about even though we're going to be using the county website, which we're allowed to do as the official posting place, that the long tradition of also posting in print is something that other counties want to continue. But in order to do that, if their local newspaper has vanished, then they need authorization to be able to go farther afield. So it's a minor point, but one that CCI felt worth pursuing.
It's a helpful explanation. Just off the cuff, I support this concept because I think that it would just create more accessibility for residents regionally throughout the county and just have a consistent place to go to for public postings.
How would it be more accessible? It's not real
Because
life.
it would be published regularly, kind of in real time. And so that would give people an option to access that information daily or you know, in real time rather than waiting for it to be released in the paper.
Back when this law passed, we had a discussion with previous board about the fact that not everybody may have access to the internet or an electronic device. And I do think since that discussion, 5 years has gone by, and I think the same could be argued on the flip side that access to the local newspaper could be hindered by those that don't physically live near a distribution network. And we're in this state of flux still, I believe, but I think the tide has shifted more towards even older adults having access to some computer device and or access to the electronic devices through the public libraries or other public venues. Moreover, having to go to their newspaper distribution outlets. So.
Anybody have a strong feeling?
I think we should proceed as Mike has outlined.
Okay.
Okay, so we will work on a resolution that would rescind our current one. It would specify that we would name our website as our official posting publication venue, and as I understand it, our desire is still to continue noticing in the Daily Planet, which is also circulated by the Norwood Post, and whatever I know it's gonna change name, so I'm just using its current name. That we would still do that, but that we would be adhering to the timelines of publication allowed via our website. Does that make sense? Where as long as we've posted something for a public hearing within the 14-day or 21-day duration, we would go off when we posted it on the website.
That makes sense to me. I wouldn't skip the newspaper though yet.
Correct.
Unless the other commissioners feel differently.
And Commissioner Gleason, I can't see you online. How do you feel about, I'm in alignment with Commissioner Brown's suggestion that we also publish, but that we specify that our official publication venue is on our website, but still continuing.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. What I heard and understood is that we would continue to post these in the weekly publications of the newspapers, but our official place would be on the website. So it's creating multiple avenues for people to access this information.
Very good. We will come forth with that resolution. Next, I just have some updates for you all. First off, to everybody that voted, as Commissioner Brown thanked you all for your civic duty and participation, I would like to echo the thanks to our voters for authorizing the capture of our early childhood and behavioral health mill levies, as well as continued collection of our existing 1.9 mils for the Road and Bridge Fund, and reallocating the portion that we have been using from the general fund to Road and Bridge moving forward. Last week, also, happy Halloween, belated happy Halloween. And I don't know if everybody in the county saw, but we did have a good showing last Friday of folks dressing up, including Commissioners Gleason and Waring. And our winner of the costume contest was our very own Bluey and Hamilton from the clerk's office. Okay. Last week, I was able to meet with Darren Parmenter and Annika Christensen to talk about the restructuring or reorganization of our CSU Extension Office. Now that we know Jacqueline Hudson will be departing from her service and in her admin work for CSU Extension. Jacqueline is currently a county employee, so we will be advertising, and we're revising the structure to be, instead of a 30-hour admin, to being a lesser amount of hours admin, and adding in the livestock and rangeland specialist as a independent contractor contract that we'll put out to bid. That is one of the needs that Darren and Annika had advocated for. And after they understood budgetarily where we were this year, they were amenable to looking at what our total savings was for our current benefited position, and looking at how we could reallocate those funds to do a little bit less of the admin and add in this consulting component that residents in Western, San Miguel, and Montrose counties have requested. So we're moving forward with advertising for those two positions, the contractor and the part-time admin. There was a San Miguel Regional Housing Authority meeting on Monday, and timelines for the county's distribution of information were discussed, as well as the compliance schedules for Telluride and San Miguel County. There is going to be a question to the town of Telluride if they could move forward later. Earlier, and so that we could then follow them on the heels of compliance, but while still hopefully starting our compliance in February of 2026, before folks may get confused about which tax year that they're being evaluated on. Jared and I also met with Mount Village concerning questions they had related to their proposed affordable housing development in Ilium. And so we're working with our staff to try and get those questions. And then originally they had requested a meeting with the commissioners, and knowing that this is going to come to you in a quasi-judicial capacity for a decision, we're trying to isolate those questions that will really only be needed for ultimately a commissioner decision, because there are a lot of pieces that we found in our conversation that could just be clarified to them that don't need to be brought to you at this point. I also was happy to meet with Julio Madrid and the other gentleman. It was a new one at Idorado concerning the Legacy Trail extension on yesterday morning, and it looks very feasible that we will be able to construct an extension from the current terminus of the Idorado Legacy Trail to connect with the Bridal Veil parking lot and Bridal Veil trailhead on Idorado's land significantly, but also using some portions of county road rights of way. There is we will be putting together over the winter a partnership agreement and a contract to chip away at a boulder that is within a right of way that we need to have scaled back in order to have adequate trail width. But this would be the continuation of a natural surface trail that would keep pedestrians off of the roadway significantly. And I was very pleasantly surprised at the receptiveness from Idorado's management as well as maintenance staff in participating with us in both the costs, labor, and legal paperwork to make this trail extension happen. We are looking to complete all of those documents and agreements this winter for potential construction next spring. And hopefully be ready by summer to have the public off the roadway. Tomorrow.
Mike, quick question.
Yes.
Oh, quick question on that. In addition to Julio, was Justin present for the meeting from
Just-
Idorado?
Justin Radland was not present, but he has
Okay.
been on Zooms with Janet and myself twice so far. And he is, as Devin Hornstead's replacement, Justin Radland has been given the authority to make commitments on behalf of Idorado.
It's good news.
It is. Tomorrow, we will be meeting at the Depot, Telluride Science and Innovation Center for the all-county training. Commissioner Gleason has graciously offered to make some welcome and introductory remarks before we get going at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And there's also a San Miguel Basin Wildfire Collaborative meeting in the afternoon that day. On Friday, here in the Commissioner Room from 8:30 to 3:30 p.m., we'll be hearing the State Demography Summit. And I know various folks have indicated, such as planning, that they will be attending the entire session. But I wanted to let the commissioners know that you're always welcome to join for any portion of that. It's always very insightful, especially with our new state demographer that we heard from in CCI over the summer for the first time. San Miguel County will be closed next Tuesday for observance of Veterans Day. Thank you to the commissioners for authorizing that holiday. And next Wednesday's work session on November 12th, we'll be hearing from the San Miguel Watershed Coalition regarding their needs analysis and wet meadow restoration project and a budget request from them, as well as a review of the West End Vision Project.
Looking forward to that.
And those are all the updates I have for you today. Do you have any questions, comments, or items you'd like me to follow up?
I'm just adding in the state demographers.
Yes.
And that you said would be here in the VOCC.
It is from 8:30 to 3:30 p.m.
Okay, 8:30.
In fact, it is on the BOCC room calendar.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
We got an email from Kay about that too.
Yes, indeed.
Commissioner, Jared, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Who would like to go first? You look ready, Lance?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Mike touched on the SMRHA meeting and hit the highlights. Going back a ways, because I think we omitted our commissioner reports last meeting in the interest of time.
Yep.
I attended a Region 10 meeting back in October 23rd, and the focus of the conversation was beyond staff reports, a effort that was necessary to receive DOLA funding to change the Region 10 to a community-based development organization, and the board authorized that change, which now requires associated changes in the bylaws, which we tried to work through, but realized that we might need a little more staff time and some very fine, detailed eyes to get that done. So next meeting we'll complete that process. Beyond that, the staff reports were all in line and there was no surprises.
Thank you. Belina.
Yeah, as Lance mentioned, I don't think we've had a commissioner report since, well, it's been a while. So first and foremost, I just wanted to let the community know that there will be community meetings, one this evening in Natarita to address the Four Seasons development and workforce housing in the West End region. And this will be an opportunity to listen to what community leaders currently know about the project to date, and for community members to share their position and suggestions. So this evening, the meeting will be at the Natarita Community Center from 6 to 7 o'clock. And then this Saturday, there is a meeting at the Norwood Town Hall, November 8th from 6 to 7 p.m. I will be in attendance at both meetings, sharing the process to date and all the information that we know regarding this influx in workforce in our region. On the 23rd, I sat in on a Firebird wildfire modeling software demo. I just felt like I needed to get a little bit more up to speed with this technology. And it was offered to various stakeholders and staff from San Miguel County and representatives from the municipalities to get a bit of a webinar on this technology. John Backrath from Norwood Fire, Adrian Berger from the San Miguel Watershed Coalition, Rodney Walters from the town of Mountain Village, and Lance McDonald from the town of Telluride sat in, as well as Shannon Armstrong, Jen Dinsmore, and Star Jameson from the county. And what I took away is it is a promising technology with what I feel could be a great opportunity to assist in reducing uncertainty on fire starting frequency and modeling that identifies fire travel path likelihood and high risk areas of fuel. However, it was pretty openly expressed that the U.S. Forest Service needs to be on board with Firebird and accepting the results from this technology. And from my perspective, the Forest Service would absolutely need to participate as a fiscal contributor to even have this, some sort of a lease or agreement with Firebird and the various municipalities as well, to even consider. But it was very informative, and Star is in contact with the representatives from Firebird to kind of see how this moves forward.
Helena, sorry if I missed this. Thank you for attending that webinar. Is Firebird about mitigation or prevention or firefighting, or what's the purpose of the tool?
Yeah, so the purpose is for prevention, I would say, first and foremost, and identifying areas that are most like high priority for mitigation. And it creates modeling, taking into consideration environmental factors like moisture levels and even wind direction if a fire were to start, and models how fire would travel through the landscape. And it's all based on like LiDAR and AI technology, taking into consideration the landscape and all of the data based on mapping, and creates modeling to predict fire activity. So it's like a preventative tool that could be used to identify high the most kind of like where mitigation is the highest priority based on their modeling. And the reason that the Forest Service participation is of utmost importance is because most of the lands that would be identified through any of this modeling is Forest Service lands in San Miguel County. And so, having the Forest Service participation and kind of buy-in is critical.
I can add a little more backstory if you'd like.
That'd be
This
great.
proposal has been on our radar for probably a year. I sat with Mike through a presentation on the Firebird modeling early on, and it was fascinating. But more recently, about 2, 3 weeks ago, I was meeting with representatives from the Forest Service, Colorado State Forest Service, STAR, and we were walking Lawson Hill, examining future fire mitigation projects. And STAR brought up the question of Firebird as a tool and questioned very directly the State Forest Service and the USFS representatives as to its usefulness in their programming. And the resounding answer was, this is not a technology that is necessary, that we have suitable modeling already. And honestly, more data is not going to change the protocols or actions that would be taken if there was a fire to break out. So I took that information and checked with STAR that she'd heard the same thing and said, STAR, I really don't feel that I need to pursue this any further. Galina and I spoke before this meeting. Galina, I'm so grateful that you went and understand this proposal better. But honestly, I don't feel that, based on what you said about much of the land that Firebird would be used on is USFS, and hearing those Forest Service reps say this really isn't a necessary tool and not one that they would consider using or funding, that we don't need to spend much more time on this. And it's been months now that we've been approached by Jason Seibold. I know that he is a great mind and a great scientist, but honestly, this proposal is something that I'm not needing to pursue any further.
Thank you. That's incredibly helpful. And I think that was the general consensus and takeaway.
It does sound a little bit redundant to me to what I know is being, like the mapping and so forth is being done in the CWPP. They have some really sophisticated modeling there too. So I think well researched, but now we can probably move on from that potential opportunity.
Yeah. Great. Well, moving forward, there was a Fresh Foundation board meeting on the 27th of October. And just a quick update. I know we'll be talking more about this at length with Linnea Edwards here later in our meeting. But basically the Norwood Food Pantry is planning to upscale and anticipating numbers growing at the local food pantries because of SNAP benefits being disabled, and also taking into consideration that federal workers in our region have been furloughed for over a month and might be in need of food assistance as well. Stephanie Grebe has been attending meetings with regional food pantries hosted by Colorado Blueprint for Hunger, and there's a lot of good collaboration in our region among all the different food pantries. The most recent update I got was that this last week's food distribution at the Norwood Food Pantry, there was a slight uptick in clientele, about 10%, but it wasn't anything that was overwhelming the pantry, and they feel very well supported and like there's not any alarm bells going off as far as needing more volunteers or funding at this time, and they're just gonna keep their finger on the pulse weekly to feel the need. And then on the 30th, I met with Telluride Mountain Club Director Sophie Fabrizio and outgoing Development Director Heidi Lauterbach, just with intent of meeting, just having a formal introduction to Ms. Fabrizio. Heidi will be leaving Telluride Mountain Club this January, moving into another professional role. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to sit with both Sophie and Heidi before Heidi's departure and just have kind of a formal handoff. And that was nice. We just chatted and talked about future trail projects and the county's role, specifically the East End Connector Trail. So yeah, that's all I've got to report on right now.
Thank you, Galena.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ware had something.
I had a postscript to my report. Commissioner Gleason and I are going to be meeting tomorrow at noon at the school to discuss local government with the third grade classes. And we're both really looking forward to it. We've got our lesson plan in order and we are going to talk with the youth.
Fantastic. Thank you both for doing that. I bet you'll be a big hit.
We'll see. I also am assuming, Commissioner Brown, that you will report out a little on our meetings with the deed restriction reversion process.
I was going to, but if you'd like to.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay. Following up on Galena's report from the Fresh Foundation meeting and conversations there. Oh, I know. I have a question for you on that, Galena, actually. Has there been any progress on the location situation, the relocation situation?
Yes, there is a private property that is being looked into right now. And my last conversations with Stephanie were that she's kind of ongoing looking into potential negotiations with that site here in Norwood that could come to fruition and be a good option, at least for a short term, i.e. maybe a year lease, but nothing has been definitively decided as far as the cost of rent, and she's still looking into that. So as far as the county's current role of pursuing the arena or a mobile modular unit, Janet is still doing research into a process, as I understand it, is still ongoing for the arena as another option. Kind of just keeping all the options open at this time. And then Stephanie will be reporting back to me on Monday, the next Monday on the 10th. With hopefully a definitive answer on that private property in Norwood. If that isn't a go, and then we're going to need to make some next decisions as to whether Jared and I are going to approach the school board with hopefully an extension in lease at the school. So nothing has been decided. There's still quite a few moving parts trying to decide what to do next and what the timeline is there.
All right, thank you. Really appreciate everybody's persistence there. Okay, as for my update, again, continuing on the concept of food pantries or the concerns we have for the food pantries. Last Tuesday, Lene Edwards, our Human Services Director, and I met with Peter Kenworthy, who's the Executive Director of Angel Baskets, as well as Wolf, who runs the Tyrant Food Pantry. He phoned in for part of the meeting to hear about how they are feeling about the lapse in SNAP benefits. And similar to the Norwood Food Pantry, they feel fairly prepared for an increase. But at the same time, I think both of the food pantries, because I also spoke with Stephanie, would welcome donations, particularly of cash, because they have so much more buying power than we as individuals dropping off a can of soup that we may have bought or even more. And also provided me with information about how people can volunteer if they need to expand their hours, which they are absolutely interested in considering if necessary. So there's a column in today's paper, Commissioner's Corner, that lays out all of the options for people in need of foods or food, as well as people who would like to support those in need. So we've got lots to do there. And I know we'll talk more about that with Lene after lunch in terms of what's actually happening with SNAP. It's kind of a moving target. On Monday, our incredibly capable staff, led by Jared Biggs and Maura Boylan and Nancy Willis, made two pretty much identical presentations to members of the public regarding the deed restriction reversion process that was established by a recent resolution by the county commissioners. And this was in response to concerns that perhaps we hadn't been administering the deed restriction properly, and a change in direction by this commission sitting as the San Miguel Housing Authority. So those meetings were very well attended, and very thorough description of kind of how we got here, where we are, and how to move forward. And I would say they were extremely well received by the public. There were people, as I said, in attendance and online. We, at one meeting, got some applause, so that was, I just felt really good about all the hard work that we've all done leading into kind of resolving this conundrum. And Lance and I were both there at those two meetings, able to add some color and answer some questions. So we're off to a really good start with that process. Tomorrow, I am going to Durango in the afternoon for the meeting of Southwest commissioners and county commissioners and staff. That's from 3:30 to 5:30. La Plata County is hosting, and present at that meeting will be representatives from both of our senators' offices, as well as Representative Hurd's office. And I have one topic that I will plan to raise if someone else doesn't. And that is regarding the government shutdown and the need to pursue some negotiations on particularly the premium tax credits, health insurance premium tax credits. As some of you may know, Representative Hurd last week told us that he was not willing to negotiate with Democrats until the government was reopened. But surprisingly to me, the other night he issued a statement, a joint statement with another Republican congressman and two Democrats, laying out principles for a potential negotiation. So that was really good news. And I would like to talk with representatives of the senators and Representative Hurd's office about how that can get moved forward. And I would love to hear from others in the room if there were any other topics that you'd like me to raise with this group. Again, the reps from our congressional delegation, as well as all the other Southwest regional commissioners. Sorry, I'm springing this on you. You need to think about it. You can email or talk to me after the meeting. Lena, anything pop to mind for you?
Check with them.
Sorry, I'm gonna email you, Anne, with a couple of thoughts I have, but I think you're really covering the strong bases there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I'll keep my eye open. I think the meeting starts tomorrow at 3:30. So if anything comes to mind for anybody, let me know and I'll take good notes and share what we discussed. And then the last thing, and Mike, I apologize if you already mentioned this, but Monday, the county is hosting what are we, every other
The
month? Intergovernmental meeting here in these chambers from 1:30 to 3:30. And I think some interesting items on that agenda include presentations by the county and the Telluride, Mountain Village, and Norwood regarding their goals and budgets for the coming years, so we can talk through that. Trying to think the other items, I don't have them on the top.
I have it,
Thank
the
you.
agenda. Commissioner Gleason and I had a conversation and wanted to request a future discussion with the communities that attend the IG about how we're all thinking of collectively mitigating construction impacts for large projects, whether they're in our jurisdiction or not, because we're understanding now that there are often impacts that are outside of an individual's jurisdiction related to that. And we wanted to see if there's an appetite to have that conversation at a future IG. And then Paul Weiser wanted to bring up changing the structure of future intergovernmental meetings at the last part of this meeting. To talk about the potential of, and I don't want to speak for him.
Yeah.
But I assume that he's talking about having it be either a lesser frequency or having them moderated. These are some of the topics
Sure.
that I've spoken to them about, and or having subcommittees reporting out as a regular occurrence on there. That's kind of the structure we had discussed going to.
Yep.
We had some of those subcommittee meetings. We talked about what those subcommittees could look like, but they haven't really gotten off the ground.
Fair enough. And Carmen, we had a late request. Someone's gonna come speak to us for 20 minutes. Who was that again?
Next, Stephen.
Oh, Matt Steen regarding the Colorado Flights Alliance, right? So that agenda is available on the county agendas and minutes webpage. If anybody's interested in that, you can zoom in or attend and listen in. That's it for my commissioner updates. I feel like it's time for lunch. What do the rest of you think? You ready?
Agreed.
Okay.
And before you break,
Oh, sure.
I just wanted to convey, we received an email from Kara Pallone on behalf of Kodo, just with her extreme gratitude for your decision with their upcoming civic and community donation. So
Great.
she wanted to make sure that that was passed on to the commissioners.
Well, I think Karen knows how much we love and appreciate Kodo. Community couldn't function without Kodo. All right, we are going to adjourn now until 12:45 p.m. We'll have our lunch, stretch our legs, and we will see you back here for a discussion with the director of our Department of Human Services. We'll see you at 12:45. Thank you. Good afternoon, San Miguel County. It is about 12:45. We are resuming the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, November 5th. We have arrived at item 12, Department of Human Services. Present in the room, we have Linnea Edwards, our Director of Human Services, and Alex, your last name is
Van Sickle.
Van Sickle, Deputy. Thank you both for being here. I know we have some normal kind of housekeeping things. I guess we're gonna move to that later. So we'll start with 12A, which is our continued conversation about the SNAP benefits lapse due to the federal shutdown. I've been reading the paper. There's all sorts of moving parts. You want to give us the official update?
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner. So the official update is that it is November 5th and SNAP has been paused. And there has been lots of conversation with our local partners, our local agencies, our nonprofits, making sure that we have gotten messaging out to our SNAP recipients on where they're able to supplement some of that food insecurity. Late yesterday afternoon, I received a memo from the USDA through the state discussing a release of emergency funds from USDA to cover a portion of the lost November SNAP benefits. As of today, we don't know what that looks like. We don't know the amounts. There has been some communication on how quickly the states need to message this and implement this. However, there will still be a delay despite this emergency fund being released. This emergency fund will not be enough to cover a month of nationwide SNAP benefit, but a portion of it. And again, as we get more direction from the state, I will continue to let our news outlets know and the board know as well what that's going to look like moving forward for Eureka or for San Miguel County.
You and I were talking during the lunch break about this, and my understanding is that there was like $4.85 million reserved for emergency use by the USDA. And yet the monthly SNAP cost is 8 billion.
Correct.
I said billion the first time. So this is a one-time partial flow of funds to cover just November.
Correct. Yeah. So, I've given some numbers. I feel like it's really important to just kind of give a little bit of statistics on what our SNAP looks like in San Miguel County. So as of yesterday, we were looking at the state website. It's showing about 3%, 3.3% of our population in San Miguel County is on SNAP. Commissioner Brown, you asked me to break down some numbers versus our East End and West End last time we were here, which we have done. So in our West End, San Miguel County, we are seeing 67 households.
That's not the far west end.
Correct.
right?
That does not
But-
include
Yeah.
Egner
Okay.
or our further West End. Our East End, which also includes Ophir, is 70 households. And then our Egner households are 16. So a total of about, sorry, I'm doing math really quick, which is not my strong suit. It's a total of about 158 cases, but as far as like human beings, it's gonna be 245 people in San Miguel County. Is that close? That's close.
That's close. That's what
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
shared with us. Yeah.
And so that's kind of what we're seeing is the influx across the county for people utilizing the other resources. We had a meeting today with our collaborative management program and our IOG, which includes Tri-County, it includes the school districts, it includes other agencies like Voyager and Uray, and I'm trying to think who else is on that IOG. Obviously Bright Futures.
Yeah, West End, Human Services. It
Yeah.
covers the region for.
Interorganizational government for our collaborative management program. So that's our overseeing organization that votes and makes changes within our collaborative management program. And so we were discussing what would be helpful, what could we see, what resources have been used or are going to be used. So Tri-County has done kind of a really great job in the last week putting out some messaging along with some resource lists that are being spread far and wide across the region, including West End, Montrose County, and Uray. And so we kind of talked to them. They have a lot of resources for our elderly and fixed income population that we can refer to Tri-County. And then we also felt like Bright Futures, who oversees our collaborative management, they are able to work with families that have children 0 to 21. And
Living in the home.
Living in the home. Thank you. And so that would be that other place where we could, if people are meeting the qualification and the need, they could get some support through Bright Futures if they have families.
That's a pretty minimal application for up to $500, which and they also have the Good Neighbor Fund, but they want everyone to kind of exhaust these other options before that Good
Is
Neighbor
the
Fund.
$500 a one-time thing?
It would be, it's a client services for somebody who is accepted into our ISST or collaborative management program. So there is an application process. They do need to meet some qualifications to be a part of that, but Clea and her team are prepared to take any of that influx, along with Tri-County taking any increase in clients coming their way. But we also gave the direction this afternoon with our IOG that, please continue to send people to our office to apply. Please make sure if you're having contact with people that their redeterminations still need to be turned in, so that they don't lapse service, they don't lapse eligibility. And for those that are applying as new recipients of SNAP, it then doesn't pause or delay once the federal government's turned back on. So we just don't want to have, it's already going to be a delay, so let's not increase the delay. So that's kind of where we are with the SNAP piece. Again, we have had a conversation, Commissioner Brown and I, with Angel Baskets to speak with them about their capacity. Again, I think our regional food pantries seem to have an understanding, seem to be prepared, seem to be ready for any kind of influx. And I think the one question is based on the influx of the first 2 weeks, will there be the option of increasing some availability for people to utilize the food pantries, specifically in Telluride, possibly Uray?
I mean, extended hours.
Extended hours or an extended day. I know that's challenging for the Norwood Food Pantry, but I think there's also something to be said depending on what that looks like after the first couple weeks. The other piece is, I think each agency, human services, and then our community partners, we're willing to have conversations on a case-by-case basis to see if there's other places, funding, things that can be done beyond what's being provided in the community level.
And while we're on SNAP, we've also had a conversation offline, you and I, Linnea, about possible gift cards. And decided that that's something, but we'd like to hear from the other commissioners as well, obviously. Maybe Linnea, do you want to speak to why we aren't immediately implementing that? Other counties are, I should say, they're using their emergency funds, or declaring an emergency, or they're using, I can't remember off the top of my head.
CMP dollars.
Okay.
Yeah.
And some of them are partnering with local community, foundations to co-fund them. And we've had this conversation and including with the Angel Baskets leadership, and decided we don't need to do that quite yet. And Linnea, if you want to speak to the rationale for that, because I think it makes sense.
Absolutely. So I think my rationale around that conversation, Commissioner, is that we don't know how long we're going to be sitting in this. And so to utilize our emergency funds at the time that the community is open, willing, able, and doing a lot of giving, I think we want to capitalize on, as a community, on what our community partners can do. We don't know what's going to happen in 4 or 5 weeks. So in 4 or 5 weeks, we may have some giving fatigue from our community, from our citizens, and that's when maybe we need to jump in and provide a different level of kind of oversight or financial support, and just really being a little bit more conservative I think our community is doing a really great job. I want to support that action, but when or if that can't continue, then we have that contingency plan and could do something else depending on how long this lasts. So I think just sitting in a more conservative space around how we hold that money and what we do with it next.
And we also I said to Linnea that, we are really going to be relying on them, her department, and Alex's department, as well as the food pantries, as kind of our ears to the ground, and to let us know if things aren't, if the sort of backup systems, if you will, aren't working. And so we can kind of, understand if we need to adjust and make additional funds available. I also think it would be an administrative nightmare or a large task, heavy lift, because we don't all shop in the same grocery stores, people who use SNAP benefits, so where are you gonna give them the card for? I mean, we're gonna have to maybe customize that. It's just a lot to ask of our already taxed human services department. We probably have to find somebody else who could administer that, but certainly they'd have to coordinate with you so that you can identify people who really are on SNAP. So I'd love to hear from the other commissioners if you feel comfortable kind of waiting on that option, or if you feel like it's more urgent.
Commissioner Gleason, would you like to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I really appreciate that strategy, Linnea. I think it makes sense, and especially considering what the feedback we're getting from the local pantries, and all of the almost overwhelming support from the community as far as stepping up and participating in helping fill this need. I think it makes sense to just hold and see where we land in another couple of weeks to a month. And if we need to then mobilize and implement this emergency funding, so be it. Hopefully at that point, the government will have reopened and SNAP benefits will be reestablished at that point. But I think that from everything we're hearing and seeing that the needs are currently hopefully being met, and nobody is food insecure, and that there's resources for people to be utilize at this point.
Linnea, I agree with your and Ann's conversation to keep our powder dry. Thanks.
To cover on SNAP.
I don't think so. We'll just keep everybody as updated as the information is moving pretty quickly. I think, you know, we get direction, we have to take action at the state level, but we're getting that information. So I also want to be very cautious about what we may not be ready to implement that action, even if the state is saying this is what's happening. So I want to be as clear and concise as I can as we're getting this information, especially about this emergency fund from USDA and how that's going to unroll or roll out and be implemented.
Okay, and definitely, you know, come back whenever you feel like you need to share different information or need additional support from the commissioners.
Absolutely.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, 12A2, continued conversation about the childcare wait list due to state funding cuts.
Yeah, so last time we were here talking about the CCAP program, there was discussion with Strong Start about an increase in, so currently our cap is 33, but increasing that cap to allow more of our children onto a CCAP program and what that looks like financially for the county in our, you know, we know we're going to be overspent. That's a given. But what that looks like and how exponentially more that would be if we add more and more to our cap. So yesterday, Alex and I were able to run some numbers. So currently we have 33 children receiving CCAP. And 3 of those 33 children no longer will be a part of CCAP, whether that's because of UPK or they no longer qualified financially, or I think we have another situation where there's a high parental fee. And so it made more sense for them not to utilize that.
Because they already receive UPK funding.
And so again, yeah, as of yesterday, we also had 6 kids on a wait list. So what this means is that we're seeing movement. 3 kids will come off, 3 kids will come on. That could take another month to 6 weeks to kind of.
And by November, those 3 children will be off the wait list and onto the CCAP program.
By the end of November?
By the end of November. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
with
so
potentially 1 more moving off. We definitely saw some movement in this last month.
Which we were anticipating on seeing once school started and things started shifting, and we saw some UPK funding start. So we're now receiving, so Alex and Gina receive a monthly stacking report from the state. So it's telling us how UPK and CCAP is being utilized. So before we talked about braiding. Here we go. And so now the rule has changed. You can no longer braid the UPK and CCAP funding. It can be stacked. So we're getting those numbers now consistently. And so when we're seeing families that the numbers aren't adding up, so they're getting 30 hours of UPK and they're still fully enrolled in CCAP, we then are having Gina or Alex contact those families and say, hey, we need to take a look at the hours you're utilizing CCAP because you're getting 30 hours a week of UPK. And so so that will significantly cut some costs as we pull those kids through. It's maybe 2 to 5 kids a month on that list. But we are seeing some changes in that. It's not a huge savings, but it's enough to see. And then we also were able to run the money piece of it. And so with our current numbers, our current cap at 33, we're still anticipating a $70,000 overexpenditure in our CCAP program by the end of the fiscal year. So again, increasing that cap will just increase by another $30,000.
Increasing it to what?
If we increased it to 35, we could see another $30,000 on that. It costs us anywhere between $5,000 and $12,000 a month per kid.
And this comes at a really good time with Strong Start because some of their families that they've been supporting, that money is getting smaller and smaller. And so now that we can move some of these children that have been supported through Strong Start onto CCAP, then that's going to alleviate their budget. So after our conversation with Strong Start yesterday, they felt really good about the movement on our wait list, and they had no further requests to increase our wait list. So.
And of course, Strong Start got a little boost last night in
Yep.
the election, an additional 130,000 in
Yeah.
their 2026 budget because that cap was lifted and voters. Thank you, voters.
Yeah.
I noticed in your monthly, oh, sorry, Lance, go.
Thanks. Linnea, I'm not sure if I followed the numbers correctly, but if I didn't, correct me where I go astray. I think that I know we have a cap of 33 kids. I know that we're losing 3, so we're down to 30, that we have 6 on the wait list. So it seems like 3 of them will be taken care of. And then where I got a little confused was the 2 to 5 kids in the stacking and the potential savings there. And I'm wondering if it's possible that through that stacking process, we might be able to include another child or 2 from the wait list. Is that?
So 2 of those families that we identified who were receiving UPK funds are 2 of the families that are rolling off the CCAP.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that's already kind of happening. But as we get those reports, we do anticipate a little bit more shifting. And I think that is attributed to our now that we're getting those reports, that is attributed to us identifying these families that maybe don't need CCAP anymore. They fully utilize UPK funding, and that's one of our 4th case who we anticipate is going to roll off the program. They're also receiving UPK funding.
Okay. So I think the last thing that I heard is what I'm going to take away, which is that at least Strong Start feels like we don't, at this point, need to consider raising our arbitrary cap that we created some months ago, but we'll continue to monitor. And if we find that the wait list is growing, that could be a cause for action. Or if we find that the shuffling is taking care of the wait list, we might know more by the end of the year and we can reassess.
I also think as we utilize the stacking and we identify the families that have been receiving 30 hours of UPK and the full CCAP, I think we'll be able to see a trend in our monthly reports as to maybe that we're not spending as much on the CCAP program because we're stacking. And so I think that'll be a good data point for us to keep track of, as well as maybe our monthly costs will shrink a little bit utilizing the stacking method.
What I hear you advising us to do is continue to monitor and assess. Thank you.
70,000 anticipated overspend in 2025. Is that something we've budgeted for, or is that I know we all anticipate it, but is it in the budget?
Yeah, I'm thinking, because I don't have my budget with me right now, but I do feel like that's something that we've discussed over time, and we're just not sure what that
Overspend
could look like, because we've had these changes in the federal rule to increase rates and increase. So as those things are rolling out, I mean, I think it's because we've had this conversation for the last year with you guys, knowing and anticipating that yes, we're going to be overspent on our allocation. So this is the allocate, like we're $70,000 overspent on our allocation. I think that's what I need to make as clear as possible. But that we are, that's why we kind of came and said, okay, this is where we are. And we're going to monitor and track it and see where we end at the end of this fiscal year. And then at the end of our fiscal year, which will be June 2026. So,
and we have seen some of those rate changes come through. When I was going through our payments on some of the individual children, some of those have, and some of the different child care providers, those rates have gone into effect.
And so we'll see a bump through the 2026 federal year. We'll see those bumps continue to change as daycares continue to improve in their shining stars, and then also are able to request those higher rates. So it's just kind of an ever changing situation.
It took some solace in noticing Jared's face as you were talking about, has it been budgeted? And he was both tapping his keyboard and I think he was smiling. So I'm going to take that as Jared and you have talked about this. Jared may not have $70,000 exactly penciled into the budget, Ann, but I think he's at least heard the message and is aware. Is that fair, Jared?
We anticipated for this in the projected ending fund balance.
Gotcha.
That's
you.
helpful. I can't see Jared's face, so thanks for that recap, Lance.
I was gonna say, it's
Good to
taken a
know.
lot of conversation with Linnea to have her teach me a whole host of things. And, I think our continued communication is critical, but we are talking weekly anymore. So.
Thanks.
Right, thank you. Anything else on CCAP?
I do think it's important just to note, which we know every time we're here, again, that number changes because we also have two populations that we are not allowed to put on a wait list. And so that's a sibling, like if a new child is born, or a transfer in from another county. So I think that's the other, just to note, that's a population we can't say no to and we can't put on a wait
And
list.
both scenarios have happened
Yes.
since we enacted our wait list. So,
And that's why we actually showed 35.
Yes.
Children being served by CCAP, even though our cap is 33.
yeah, and Gina and I combed through our spreadsheet, but some of this is due to families not notifying us that they have changed providers or left a provider, or maybe a provider has terminated authorization. So there's a lot of manual tracking that we have to do, and so sometimes the numbers that you might receive on your so I report on like the actual numbers that we're paying out, and then the numbers that Gina gives are more from our report. So there's a lot of moving parts that go into tracking this program.
I don't envy you.
Yeah, but we're getting better. Yeah.
Quicker.
All right, now moving on to 12A3, high level overview of department staffing.
Yeah, so we are fully staffed, which is exciting. We have our caseworker, so we've had a vacancy as a caseworker for 10 months. And so our child welfare caseworker, adult protection caseworker is full. She is currently in academy, and so we'll be able to see her taking some work. Probably closer to the end of the year, first of the year, she'll be independently able to take some work. Child Welfare Academy takes about 6 to 7 weeks just to get through training. And then there's some on the job stuff before you're independently taking work. But we're very excited to have her with us. Kellner Phillips. And so we're very excited to have her. She comes with a kind of a vast knowledge in our therapeutic world and our crisis world. So we're very excited for her to join our team, and she is halfway through academy. So that's super exciting. She'll then also have to do some APS stuff. So in our conversations, both with the class and comp and then kind of budgetary conversations, we made a decision. We've had a open second child welfare position in San Miguel County, and it's been unused for 2 years. We made a decision a couple years ago to not fill it between the worker in Ouray and myself and the worker here in San Miguel. We didn't feel the need to fill that position. And so through the budget process and the class and comp this year, we made a decision to eliminate that position and felt like if it hasn't been used and it wasn't fully utilized previous to that. So I think we're seeing some or anticipating some increase in child welfare through COVID. And that has kind of gone, that increase has gone a little flat. And child welfare is cyclical. I mean, it's up and down all the time. So, however, I think it's important to point out that we've had 2 certified child welfare staff across 2 counties for the last 10-ish month, well, a long time, 10-ish months. And so Alex was fully trained in child welfare starting the middle of the summer, and with Kellner fully trained across both counties, we'll have 4 child welfare staff, which is really exciting to be that deep in our child welfare staffing because it's a hard job, and the caseworkers sometimes do need that that ability to give something to Alex or myself, along with now we have some ability to do some really structured supervision by having that many child welfare staff. So we haven't been kind of flush like that in a while, so it's exciting. So in our eligibility or our economic security side of things, we currently have 3 case managers. So that is our staff that do our food stamps, our med, our adult financial, our Colorado Works programming, all the eligibility for that. And so each of our staff members are actually specializing in a certain specific aspect of the job. Specifically, one does all of the Colorado workforce development and another one does all of the Colorado Works eligibility. And then we have one Spanish speaking who does all of our Spanish speaking clientele. And so we've been able to kind of specialize them a little bit and allow them to still be generalists in the eligibility department. So again, we want them to know the whole job, but we can definitely send somebody to one person who really needs a little bit more look at something. And then we have one CCAP worker, which is Gina, and she does work for both San Miguel and Ouray. And so she is also doing all the CCAP work for Ouray County, but is a San Miguel County.
And the 3 people doing the eligibility work, are they just San Miguel County?
They are. Yeah. And then I think it's just important to note that my position, so the director position and our finance position in human services are shared county positions. And so specifically our finance person is, I think she's 43% San Miguel and the other 57% Ouray County, because she's actually housed in Ouray County. So her salary takes place in both counties in the back end, but she does all that and reports that to Ramona's office. And then we don't intend on adding any positions in the next year at all. So that's kind of, I mean, we'll see what happens, but I don't intend on coming and saying I need another position at this point. I feel like we're really fleshed out, which is really exciting.
I think you're also very well managed. Thank you both. Yeah. Galina, any questions from you? Comments?
No, but I'm just happy to hear that report. That is great news.
All good?
I'll take it.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 12B, consideration of the chair's signature of the Department of Human Services balance sheet, earned income expenditures, etc. We will get to that when it's time to make a motion. Would you like to talk us through a little bit of that?
Yeah, nothing really that jumped out in our financials. Pretty standard for being in that, we've entered our second quarter of our fiscal year. So we're kind of seeing what the end of the county fiscal year and the first part of the state fiscal year is looking like. And hopefully we're by the end of the year gonna be at that 50% of our allocation usage. So as I present in January, hopefully we'll have those numbers to hopefully be, ready to take on the next half of the allocation and be prepared for that. But yeah, other than that, there's nothing really in the financials to point out. I think in the caseload piece of this, I think that just to point out that LEAP is starting. So we are seeing people jump on LEAP. I actually had Amy pull LEAP numbers this morning. We are seeing people getting approved. We are seeing people pending, and there's a handful, and we have had nobody currently in San Miguel denied. So they're either approved or pending right now. And so those numbers are looking pretty good about where we were last year. We do think maybe we'll see an increase of LEAP applicants this year, just solely based on the pause and SNAP. So people finding ways to kind of supplement that food income. So I think we'll see a little bit of increase in our LEAP, at least for the first couple months. But I'll have those numbers for you guys next month.
I'm looking at the numbers. There's a little jump in AND, SSI, and SSA. Oh wait, I have the legend here.
Aid to needy
Aid to-
disabled,
Yeah.
Social Security.
Is there anything going on there, or is that just kind of up and down? I see.
That's an up and down. And it could, I'm not an expert on our adult financial. And so I'm not able to tell you the inner workings of why that's jumping in and out, but it does. I mean, it fluctuates definitely throughout the year.
Okay. Any further questions from the commissioners? Yeah.
If not, I have a motion. I move to approve the chair's signature on the Department of Human Services balance sheet for July 2025, August 2025 earned revenue and expenditures, July 2025, August 2025 expenditures through electronic benefit transfers, September 2025 check register for August 2025, September 2025 county allocation MOE report, July and August 2025, and the caseload reports.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The motion carries. Thank you all.
You're welcome. I do have one more thing that made it to your packets but didn't make it to the agenda.
Oh, sorry.
And so that's two IGAs that were in your packets, one for Bright Futures and our collaborative management, and the other one is our child support IGA with Montrose County. And so I know they didn't make it back, but I'm gonna defer
The
to Mike.
commissioners have reviewed them. If you're comfortable with them, we could ratify them at next week's meeting.
You
Or
say the commissioners have reviewed them?
I said, if you have.
I don't see them.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to review those yet.
Okay.
I don't see that there's.
Is there, what's the time sensitivity to?
The collaborative management one is more time sensitive. We'd like to cut their check to get their money to them as soon as possible, but the child support one is before the beginning of the year.
Could you give the commissioners an overview of the collaborative management?
Absolutely.
Agreement overview to see if they may be comfortable authorizing that now, and I will ratify.
Has, Maura, have you looked at them? Okay, you're fine with them. Okay,
Yeah, I already signed the Bright Futures one.
okay.
Yeah, so Bright Futures provides our collaborative management program. Collaborative management gets funding that comes to human services departments, and we are the pass-through. So we receive the allocation for the collaborative management program and pass the entire allocation onto Bright Futures to administer that allocation for our families in the community that are needing that service. Both myself, I'm the voting member on IOG, Alex is the proxy. And so we are overseeing, we review their budget every month or every quarter. We're having meetings with all our county or our community partners to talk about that. But this is the agreement that says, hey, this is what we're gonna do for the year. So it kind of lays it out. You guys did sign the MOU for running the collaborative management. That is signed in July, for July 1. The collaborative management funding is federal funding, so those are signed for October release of funds. So that's why there's a disconnect between the MOU and the money. But this is to allow us to give them their money to run the program and it's to run the program for 2026, not the current year.
And it's the same contract that I think the board approved last year, just the funding amount increased a bit.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners on that?
No, I just skimmed it, and knowing that it is a replica of last year's, that the dates have changed, the dollars have changed slightly, but that it's a complete pass-through. It doesn't seem like a problem to me to trust Maura's eagle eye, and the fact that this is pretty much business as usual needs to happen. I'm content to propose a motion to approve the agreement for professional services.
Actually, we would rather you not
Ratify?
approve it because it is not in the packet. We'll
Okay.
ratify it in the future.
Wasn't
But it-
properly agendized.
Correct,
Thank
but
you.
if you're comfortable with staff's recommendation of releasing the funds, you could make a motion to that effect.
I'm comfortable with that. Commissioners?
Can you tell us how much the funds are, just so we can make an accurate motion?
Just staff direction. You can
I think
just give
it's-
staff direction, not a formal vote.
Yeah, it's $85,962.
I see. I'm comfortable with providing that correction.
I am as well.
Galena?
One question, just for reference, and I apologize if I'm just kept catching up on this, but what was the total amount for last year? Like what is the increase in the programming?
I think
That
it was
info?
closer to 80,000, maybe 79.
79 is the
Yeah.
number that's in my head.
So
Okay,
it's about
thank you.
$6,000 difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that, especially knowing that Maura Fahey has looked over this in detail and all the background information is really helpful. I'm in full support of releasing these funds and ratifying this document.
Great, so let's, for our next
week.
meeting, will that be on the consent agenda?
Yes,
Is that
next
process?
regular meeting.
Next
Yes.
regular meeting, okay.
Correct, on the
Great.
19th.
Thanks for, calling that to our attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the other piece we'll handle at
Well,
another, our
at
next
the,
regular
you
meeting.
could do it at that same meeting. You'll
That sounds
ratify the one and you'll take action on the other.
Great.
Yes.
You comfortable with that, Linnea?
Yeah, and then I guess my question is, this will authorize, because of the amount of this, it will authorize that I can sign. I haven't signed it yet, waiting for you guys to give me direction, or do you want me to wait?
It would be routed to Commissioner Brown for signature because of the amount.
Right, okay. I mean, it requires my signature too, but yes, okay,
Right, yeah.
okay.
So Carmen will do that routing on DocuSign.
And will it be signed at ratification or, okay,
Sign that.
okay, perfect, thank you.
And then ratify.
Okay, I just want to make sure that Jen knows she can release that.
Is that okay for both of these?
Just the one.
The second one we'll consider on that.
Okay, so it's just the right.
Thanks for clarifying that. Okay. Anything else? Any loose ends?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you both. Really appreciate all your handling during this time.
Thank you.
All the extra things you're handling during this time.
Of course, thank you guys.
All right, take care of yourselves. Moving on to item 13, attorney matters. Maura, do you have anything for us today?
Just a few very small, mostly schedule things, just to remind the commissioners that I'm gonna be out this Friday and next Monday traveling. But I'll be back next Wednesday after the holiday.
Okay, great.
That's all I
Thank you
have.
for that. And that's on the. internal
That's on the
calendar.
calendar, yeah.
Have a safe trip and fun wherever you're going.
Thanks.
Now we are moving on to, item 14, which is human resources matter. We are going to go into executive session to the three commissioners to discuss the annual review of the county manager and the county attorney. Executive session, according to CRS 24-6, 402, 4F. And my question for the attorney, do we need to go in and out since we're talking about two different positions?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Okay, that's fine. We can manage that. Hopefully better than I manage the public hearings.
And for this, we can maintain the recording or just basic minutes. Whereas typically when we're doing like attorney-client, we don't have any recording.
But this isn't 4B, this is 4F, so.
I don't think we need a recording. How do the-
I would rather do the recording and leave the room and let you guys manage this.
Oh, okay.
If that
I was wondering about that. Okay. And so we need the recording so that you can then go back and listen and take the minutes? Or it'll just
No,
be on
if in
record?
case a judge should ever need an in cameo review of what was discussed to determine whether or not it was within the bounds of
executive session.
4F
Okay.
limitations.
That's fine. Well, with me, how do the other commissioners feel?
Sure.
Kalina, you all right with that? Or is there a possibility that we could turn off the recording and one of us could take notes for the minutes?
I think we could just have minutes, as long as there's. I think we need to have a recording.
I would suggest, commissioners, this does need a recording. There's two types of executive sessions, right? One, where you're receiving legal advice that does not have to be recorded because that's inadmissible. Nobody has access to that because that's attorney-client privileged information. And then there's every other type of executive session. And those do need a recorded record, either via audio video. And again, those records have to be maintained for 90 days if I
Yes.
recall correctly. And so while it'd be great just to take some minutes, I think the law would have us.
So
Let's
if
follow
we
the
use
law.
that, yeah.
So question, if Megan and Carmen are leaving and we have to go in and out of executive session,
I'll help you with that.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, well, you're gonna be gone.
Oh, well, I will help you.
With
When you
Morris?
end with me, we'll come
Yep.
out of the exec session and then we'll pause and then we'll get Maura and Maura will come in and you'll call for a new exec session
Okay,
under the same.
And then he's gonna give me that information of who did first, second, so that'll be in the
Correct.
minutes.
If there's a decision that after you come out of the
Okay.
exec session,
all right.
that'll be done in public.
Okay, so once again, we are going to move into executive session.
And is it okay to stop the recording and close out for the day?
On Zoom.
Yes.
Well, you
That
have,
needs to be.
Galena needs to be on, and then you have to adjourn the meeting formally.
Correct, after
And-
Maura's.
And we need to report out
Yeah.
after executive session
I would-
as well.
Yeah, each one.
Okay.
I would just suggest we continue the Zoom, stop the recording of the Zoom and assume the recording on the audio. Right? And then once you come out of executive session, you restart the recording. Into the next, and if you take any action, they're in between, then at the end. You will come out, initiate the recording and adjourn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and are we going to be, I mean, we're doing a
Yeah.
review and we are potentially changing salary levels. Is that action that requires votes and reports out?
I believe that just requires direction at this point,
Okay.
because it's something that we would include into the budget.
And then you would make our final approval in the budget. So if
Okay.
Maura or I go off the rails in the next 2 months, you can change your minds.
Okay, so we will provide staff direction at the end of each of the executive sessions, okay. And I'm gonna need your help here, Galena and Lance, making sure we do all this right, but I think I've got it. Okay, so I need a motion, and we've already I have into this meeting room 1, right?
I'm sorry, I bumped you guys out.
Oh, okay, that's-
I'm going into the room again.
Not a bit. Hang on one second, though. First of all, we're going to take a motion to go into executive session. I'll just do it myself. In order to review the county manager. The Board of County Commissioners will be doing that. And again, this is under citation 4F. We're gonna stop the recording of the Zoom call and we will. Oh, sorry, we have to do a vote. Let's do a vote.
I second that motion.
And I vote aye.
Aye.
I as well. Okay, we are moving into executive session. We're gonna stop the Zoom recording. We're gonna start the secondary auxiliary recording. And we're gonna move into a breakout room. Okay. Mike, do you know how to get us back into the breakout room? Yeah. Okay,
I
great.
think if we just, someone texts. Carmen and I can both come down when
Yeah.
we're ready to do the switch.
Make sure.
Text
that's
the
right.
two of you.
That's a great idea.
Or
Well,
just
I would
text
text
me and-
Carmen and Maura
Yeah.
when we're done and they're gonna come down and help with the breakout room.
We'll take a leg stretch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, we are gonna do 100% in executive session, the commissioner discussion and then the discussion with Mike. And we'll come out of executive, okay, got it,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Force them to join.
Thanks, Jared.
Yeah.
See you, Maura.
Sure.
Thank you.
Come into the woodshed, Mike.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave
I
it
know.
here.
I'm here.
I know, I'm here. I live in the woodshed.
So I'm looking up top here and I see, did you go off Zoom?
I'm going into the breakout room as we speak.
Oh, okay.
You all should be, we forced you in there.
And then I'm just double checking that where it says in executive session, that computer is not in our breakout room.
Correct.
Great.
Oh, wait, no, that isn't the breakout.
Galena can't hear us.
Well, I don't know what he's having.
Well, then this will go a lot faster.
I'll go ahead and choose this one.
Considering.
Because it only takes two to tango.
All right, Galena doesn't have audio, so she cannot hear us.
So,
I understand.
yeah, it's because,
We stopped the recording, or,
well, no, it's because this room is still in the,
so you need to be in breakout room,
and Megan's in
not me.
executive session.
I need to not be in breakout
Correct,
room.
correct. So the VOCs are going to be in the breakout room, so we'll be able to hear. Gosh, we haven't done this for a while.
I know, right?
Sorry about that.
What?
So go ahead.
Remove myself.
Go ahead.
You got it now? You can hear us? Oh, no, okay. Oh, I see, move to, well, I can't move myself, but I think you have to move me. I didn't put myself in here. You put me in there. Get me out of here, Carmen. Okay, we are back at it, continuing our November 5th regular meeting of the San Miguel County Commissioners.
I'm executive session. So when we do that? All those in?
Vote whether to come out of executive session.
Aye.
Galena mouthed aye, and I as well. You're on mute.
Aye.
We're out. Okay, thank you. And we are back into our regular meeting. During the executive session, we discussed only the item on the agenda, and we will provide staff direction based on that discussion. We are now moving on to item 14B, which is another executive session to discuss the annual review of our county attorney, again, under citation 4F. Do I have a oh, and I would like to comment to anybody who may be online that we will go into this executive session, we'll come out, we will report similarly, I imagine, to how we did on the county manager executive session, and then we will adjourn. So you're not gonna miss anything if you go off now. Okay, I move that we go into executive session to review the county attorney.
I second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. We're moving back into executive session. You can force me into the breakout room if you need to.
Okay.
Okay, you're ready.
Okay, do I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well, and I'm looking at Galena's, I'm reading her lips because her audio is off, but she made a second and she voted aye. We are now out of executive session. During the executive session, we discussed only the item on the agenda, and following this, we will provide staff direction. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well, we are adjourned. Thanks for a productive, long day. Galena, good luck with the continuation of your day.
Thank you so much.
And Galena, I'll see you tomorrow out in front of the school at noon.
Yeah, it sounds great. Looking forward to it.
Great. Bye-bye.
Bye.